If I'm on any sort of Elm Street, I'm worried.
Yeah.
Well, at least I'm not alone in the Midwest. I feel fine.
Yes. And speaking of nightmares,
Hi.
Yay!
Keiki!
I don't think that was the segue to cake, but we'll take it.
No, it was the segue to the recap, but hello, Cake.
Well, that would depend. Is anybody on a diet or anything like that? Because if it is, then, or if they are, definitely a nightmare.
I mean, you are diabetic, aren't you, Vorm?
That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean I was a good one. That just means I have to be a little smarter about it, is all.
Oh,
Perfect. Recap?
yeah, recap.
You got it. I wrote this today. It's super long. I'm sorry.
How,
Huh?
the only question I have is how is it so long? We didn't go anywhere.
Well, a lot.
There's a lot to cover.
Yeah.
A lot of
Have
things.
we introduced you to Ellis yet?
Fair point. Fair enough. Please continue, sir.
Yes. The bricklayer who built Daragon House 500 years ago. His name was Josiah. He was the cousin-in-law of the milkmaid.
I was waiting.
But I get the feeling that you're actually starting to like write this down. Like, wait,
Oh,
this is
that's
actually kind of good.
no. That's going
This
in
is
Roland.
what
Yeah.
Ellis
That's
does.
it. That's going in
Don't
Roland.
ever ask him his family trees, because he will be here for the next month.
Even as a player, when I played Justin's campaign, I was just my character made up relatives every session.
And besides the Daragon House thing, Ellis would have to consult me on about the lore.
That's true. Although, Elaine, I made some changes. I hope
How
you're
could you?
yes. I hope you're not. I hope you're okay with it.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Yes.
Well, this explains the 30-minute intro.
Yes. I will give you the Cliff's Notes version. As the party beds down in the Daragon Coven for a restful sleep, several party members are plagued by dark dreams. Ren and Versailles specifically are affected, as Deflator seems to have left in the night, beholden to her patron, the Raven Queen. As morning comes, they find fresh clothes and warm baths, as well as a breakfast buffet set up in a charming sunroom, as Alis and Adney wait patiently for news from abroad to appear on an enchanted broadside, specifically a cutting gossip column called The Capfeather Chronicles, written by the pen name Sir Quiverful. The news indicates that Queen Aelswith is holding strong as resistance to the false abbot and their new king, in quotes, Tyr, is gaining support. It also makes mention that the court of Xanar, the ruling magocracy of Altair, is preparing a final defense against the dwarven incursion. A colorful halfling, the Dowager Duchess Eloise Dustbluff, arrives and consumes the news with Alis with glee. Octavian and Ren try in vain to secure an audience with Lord Killian, who appears to control travel down the Everrun River, and seem to be forced to wait until a formal dinner that evening, when both the elusive Lord and their mysterious hostess, Mother Daragon, will receive the party. The Dowager Duchess mentions that Adney's hair is unacceptable for such an occasion, and Versailles graciously offers to braid it for her, something her mother never did. Meanwhile, Bee offers to shine Lusanne's horns, offering to scour them with steel wool. The Dowager looks on with great interest as Bee asks, "Where'd you get that big ol' hat?" and asks if she can try it on, to which the Duchess agrees. Though she suggests her wizard friend could change its color so as not to clash with her new dress. Bee excitedly runs out of the room, almost knocking Ren down in the process, asking after the wizard lizard. Ren also finds Lady Fawe asleep on the balcony, seemingly panicked that their matron will arrive so soon, and she has made scant preparations. Octavian uses a chess set to better understand the political situation and strategize their next moves, as Alis enters and they exchange details on Hannon and the status of the Queen's resistance. They also discuss Safeguard and how they had left on their mount earlier that morning, wondering at the role they might play in the wars to come. Alis fixes the Duchess a drink as they discuss the merits of a late afternoon cocktail. Ren then requisitions a pair of platinum bracelets from the manor's jeweler while the party dons either armor or formal dress in anticipation of the dinner gong. Ren meets a brassy, middle-aged woman, Layla, who appears rather flirtatious until her fiancé, Lord Killian, arrives. Ren and Octavian get right to business discussing their need to get to Eris Serene and their ship, the Magric, with great haste. Killian agrees if they can settle the matter of unpaid registration and dock fees, a kingly sum of 5,000 gold. Ren tries to find a way around this as Adney enters, having been given a lavender evening gown accented by a diamond tiara, looking for the first time like the daughter of a queen, as Ren quickly introduces her as his niece. Layla looks up, eyeing Versailles and Adney suspiciously before flying into a gin-soaked tantrum, accusing Ren of bringing harlots in to tempt her Bubsy. At this, Versailles, who to this point has been eyeing Layla with a mix of trepidation and rage, pushes past Octavian and confronts her, who is revealed to be her mother. The two women take stock of how time has treated the other. As for Versailles, she last saw her mother 7 years ago, but it has been over 18 for Layla. Lucien arrives, breaking the tension, offering to provide arcane support to increase the efficiency and turnaround of Killian's trade vessels in exchange for a modest credit to their overdue fees. Meanwhile, in the dining room, the butler, Mr. Nigel Fairservice, is trying to set the table, meticulously measuring the distance between forks, as Varn indicates he needs dress clothes and walks across the table, knocking over glasses and plates. A footman brings Varn a freshly pressed suit, to which Varn begins sobbing, fearful he will look like a monkey. B arrives, and they sit at the table waiting patiently as the footmen are forced to work around them. B makes small talk with Varn, asking, "You like bread?" The gong is rung as Kaldak begins playing a pleasant tune on his lute, as finally Mother Daragon arrives. She bids the party be seated and introduces her guest, a lizard folk Ren recognizes as scale of his former ship. Daragon explains that the captain himself will arrive soon, but their frigate, the Tunbridge, will serve as a fine escort, ensuring the continuity of trade and the safety of the shipping lanes. The party shares details of their time in the Verawood, as well as a modified version of their arrival there, blaming a poor teleportation spell by Lucien. Octavian leverages his divine sense, surprised to learn that Daragon may be a fiend. As Killian retires to the lounge with Lucien and Octavian to discuss the details of their business arrangement, Mother Daragon announces that she has been told the captain is about to arrive, and Ren quickly orders Adney to bed. However, instead of the man Ren may have expected, it is instead the former first mate, the red-skinned tiefling he knew as Devil. Ren jumps to his feet, calling for Octavian. As we continue. See, a lot happened.
It did, yeah, you got me.
Yeah, there was a lot of real fun social things that I really enjoyed.
All right, Ren, we aim for the hands.
I only want to like.
He's a spellcaster, right?
No.
No?
No.
Huh.
Neither of them are spellcasters.
Well, aiming for the hands is still a good choice.
Yeah, usually the hands are a good way to knock him out.
If it's Devil, Ren is aiming for the eye, because he took the first one a few years ago.
First the depth perception, now your sight in general.
All right, so Ren, you see, as Devil walks in, the tiefling sees you leap up, and it looks like he's going to speak. Are you going to let him, or are you mid-attack?
No, this Devil is KOS.
Okay, then we roll initiative.
Oh boy. Hold on. Gotta change up the vibes.
Let me see if I
Beat
can
that.
Yeah, should I clear this? Yeah, let me clear this.
I guess the question becomes, is this more Ren taking initiative and the rest was just wondering what the hell's going on?
Well, do you remember...
Or what?
This is actually going to remind me, and again, we'll see how it plays out, but it reminds me of the battle with Deflator and the Chosen, where maybe everybody wants to roll initiative, or tell me when you want to jump in, and we, and then you'll have a turn to either speak or react or attack, run, whatever you want to do, right?
Well, Versailles going to stay out. She doesn't have any weapons on her.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody
He's
was
got
clapping on me for staying armored.
I mean,
I would call
y'all can get involved or not at your discretion. The Ren is going to do his thing.
I was called. I'm at least gonna take in the situation. Plus, I'm also the only one here who's like
I gotta get my dice tray.
armed. I mean, she's got her magic, so she's okay. But Varn, as far as I know, is at least a decent bit away from his gear.
I have
Oh,
like
yeah.
a fork and a knife too. Like if I need to start swinging,
Yeah,
I got utensils, but
or you could turn into like a bear and start clawing at people.
Out of
Just get up on the table
curiosity,
and just be like, "Brrr!"
Out of curiosity, are we or is Varn was Varn around when we went and started kind of going and getting into the ship's mates and
No.
whatnot?
Yeah,
No,
Garland
so-
was the only one around.
So yeah, so
Gotcha.
Varn wasn't around the first time Ren confessed about the Sunder to Octavian Deflator and Balthazar.
All
And
right.
then, and then it was a Garwin that was around when we ran into the actual shipmates under the in air.
Right.
Aaron's-
Okay.
Yeah.
Because so in this instance, Varn is very likely to just sit there at the table and go and take in the show.
Octavian's the only one that would have recognition.
Mm-hmm. Because
Alright,
I saw
that works.
Devil. So I think I saw Devil briefly before he like disappeared when we were attacking the frogs.
Yep. Can you put my turn back on there, Alice?
Yes. My apologies.
I rolled it before you cleared it.
Oh, okay. 2618. Wow. Okay. Jeez.
I like cheese.
Months.
Be Well, alert people.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I have my notebook here. Session 11. If fight. There we are. Okay. Okay. So Devil walks in. He looks like he's about to speak. Ren jumps to attention. We begin with Ren.
Okay. Ren is pretty much just gonna kind of it's disrespectful, but he doesn't care. He's gonna kind of like leapfrog over the chair and like onto the table and then just like jump and land right there.
Ooh.
And attack.
Ooh.
And let's throw a stunning strike on that.
Okay. Obviously a 23 will hit. So you had your sword with you on your person?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a very fancy sword. Looks
Yeah,
decorative.
absolutely. Okay, stunning strike, and I will roll a save, I believe.
Yes, DC 17.
Ooh. Okay.
Con.
Yes. 17. Ooh, 17 exactly. Another hit.
Stunning strike.
Rachel.
And you're getting that cold damage as well, right?
Yeah.
14. Wow, 14. 25, 29, I believe, total. If my math is good.
Yes.
And another con save.
Yep.
That is a big fail, so he is stunned.
Okay. Flurry of blows. So they are at advantage.
Yeah. Okay.
Good thing for that.
Hit.
Pop, pop.
That brings us to 38. Oh no, 48 damage.
48. Yeah.
And that's as much as Ren can do in a turn.
Okay. He is looking rough around the edges. Ren. Okay. Okay, so you would notice, you might see through the window, Renan, I don't know if you're looking, but the captain had a small entourage, and one of these people is hearing what's happening. You see one person is going to come in, burst through the door using up their movement, and they're going to say, "The captain, no!" And they're going to attempt to grapple you.
Okay.
They're going to attempt to grab you, so they're going to make a athletics check, and that is a 15.
28.
Okie doke. So they try to grab you, and they're going to fail, which is going to bring us to Varn. Varn, you can see across the table. Ren has leapt up on the table and has gone right after this tiefling who's walked through. And now it is your turn.
Have we started dinner yet?
Yeah, I think it was
We already
during
ate.
dessert.
we were on the dessert
Yeah.
and coffee course. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Line was about to come out.
Just wanted to
No,
go and make sure
bread
that
pudding.
I was in the right
Oh, it was
frame of
bread
mind.
pudding.
What kind of dessert is there on the table?
It's supposed to be bread pudding and black coffee.
Thank you.
Okay. In that case,
I quite like
seeing
bread pudding.
everybody distracted, Varn takes the bread pudding
Yep.
As you do.
and is now sitting back in his chair, blinking, confused as to what the fuck is going on, but enjoying the show with bread pudding. Using his hands, because what the fuck, why not?
Excellent.
But yeah, that's his turn.
As Varn is eating the pudding, Mother Daragon is going to, she's standing up and she just looks very, very confused. I actually need to grab something out of my
Bag of tricks.
my folder here. Yes.
What
Have I
kind
met
of
her at
fiend
all?
is she?
Seems like the kind that doesn't know that she's a fiend yet.
Have I met Mother Daragon at all yet? Like, just, like, in passing even?
No, I don't think you would have.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so you are going to see her say, "This is outrageous," and she draws a rune in the air with her hand, and she's going to drop right in front of you, Ren. She's dropping a hypnotic pattern on this area. 30 foot, I believe. Yeah, so she's going to drop it right there. So we're going to have wisdom saves from Devil, Scale, and Ren.
Wisdom, you say?
Yeah. And that flashes for a moment and vanishes. I will
Would I
roll-
have to, or is this enough out of sight?
It's only creatures in the area.
Correct, yeah.
Oh, okay. Just in. I thought it was a line of sight thing.
Okay. Okay, and that is, hold on. Meets it beats, right? So Ren, yeah, Ren saves. Let's try, okay. Devil, okay, does not look affected. Scale looks affected, Ren, if you were watching as this pattern dissipates. You would see that Ren appears to have been, Scale appears to have been charmed by it, and that is Mother Daragon's turn. Brings us to Devil, who I believe is stunned.
Yes.
The start or end of your next turn?
End of my next turn.
So he can't do anything, right? He can just mumble a little bit.
Yes.
So he's gonna say, you see him. He's trying to reach for his sword. Obviously, he can't get to it. He's floundering around a little bit, blinking his eyes after this pattern went off. He appears to shake it off, and you would hear him sort of try to say, "Come now, tiger. Let's have a drink." And that's about all he can get out as we come to B. B, of course, you see next to you Varn's eating some cake, watching this probably wide-eyed, and you see a whole bunch of things happening in front of you.
Where did Varn get this cake from?
Certainly there is bread pudding, I believe. So there would be large tureens full of this that you can scoop out onto a dish. You're welcome to.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna get some of this pudding, 100%. I'm gonna say I'll lean over.
Oh,
to
what's
Varn
going
and
on? And I don't particularly care. I heard there was pudding. I'm coming.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can you pass me some of that cake over there?
Varn just holds up the bowl that he has.
All right, beggars can't be choosers, right? I'll start eating out of the bowl that Varn has offered.
Two
Excellent.
peas in a pod. Hell yeah!
I love this interaction. Yeah, between Varn and B.
Hey, great minds think alike. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Cake, you said something when I was doing the recap. You said something so funny, and it's like there's all this political stuff and all these things happening and people yelling at each other, and you're just like, you like bread, Varn?
So,
MSG is
Varn,
the god of seasoning.
Yeah, exactly.
have you heard of this stuff called MSG?
Sprinkle
I
it in.
love that.
Best stuff out there.
Yeah, that'll be Beast's turn though.
Great. Which brings us to Octavian. Octavian, you have heard Ren shout, and you hear a lot of commotion. There's some flashing lights that have dissipated, and now it is your turn.
As I'm exiting my last turn, busting out of the door, I'm gonna kind of in between my steps, bonus action. I'm gonna click my boots of speed.
Oh boy.
Gives me 60 feet. I'm gonna come around the side, start to take in the situation. I can see Devil has got his fucking shit rocked. Scale is drooling. Ren is looking like he's gonna kill somebody. These two are enjoying the show.
Stuffing their faces.
Yeah.
As one does. I mean,
And I see Devil and I recognize him.
Yeah, you would probably recognize him from Aaronsport.
Yeah. When he was dealing with the Toad King, or whatever the fuck his name was.
Lurklepalm.
Lurklepalm, that's right. Let's see, I'm trying to think.
I want to do fanfic about Lurklepalm. The Lurklepalm Chronicles.
I'm trying to figure out what to say. 'Cause I know he's in league with some bad shit, but at the same time, I feel like we gotta question him.
conundrums.
Alright, here's what I'm doing. I'm gonna draw my sword. And then... Let's see, he's stunned, he's incapacitated. Alright. I'm gonna pose this to Cobra just because I don't want to intrude on anything, but here's what I'm thinking. Since they're both incapacitated, it would be very easy for me to grapple them. I want to do that and put my sword to their throat, but I want to question one of them. I want to get one of them, because we need to know what the fuck is going on with them. I know you want to kill Devil, but at the same time he's the captain, quote unquote. So I feel like he would be the one to get the best information out of.
Well, so you don't know Ren's relationship with any of them in particular.
Right. All I know is that you hate this guy in particular.
Yeah, so you do know that Ren just immediately went full hog at this guy. So you can do what you want.
Yeah, because you didn't mention Scale, and as far as your journal was concerned that you found, we thought he was dead, or she was dead, but sorry. Okay. I'm gonna ignore Scale then. I'm gonna him incapacitated. I'm gonna go and just kind of spin him around like a meat shield and sword to the throat, and I'm just gonna say. I'm gonna shout out. It was not under the impression, Lady Daragon, that you did business with criminals and pirates. I have some questions for this one. Do I need to make any check to grapple him if he's stunned?
I don't think so.
If they're stunned, they wouldn't necessarily be able to put up much of a fight until they notice that you're actually grappling them afterwards.
It says they would fail strength and dexterity saves.
Well, yeah. So I mean, they would have to go and put up a fight against it. I mean,
is raw. I mean, they fail dex and strength saving throws, not ability checks. If it would be DM's discretion to either make it an auto fail or put up some kind of penalty on it. Otherwise, it would technically be a straight roll.
All right. What do you think, Ellis?
Flip a coin.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just I feel like he's incapacitated. You just grab him.
Yeah, and he
But-
also just got shit rocked and took almost 50 damage.
But I will say that if it's cool with you, it'll go the other way. If it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah.
It's fair. It's fair. If we can do it to them, they can do it
Yeah.
to us.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't see how someone who's stunned and can't move can resist someone grabbing them.
Yeah. All right. So that's what I'm doing. I kind of have kind of like my arm kind of holding like one of his arms behind his back and just kind of pin him, and my physical sword is up against his throat.
Great. Also, Raw, I believe Daragon can drop concentration anytime outside of her turn, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's gonna. Yeah, so seeing that it only affected scale, if you're done, Octavian, she's gonna. While you're doing this, she's gonna drop concentration on the hypnotic pattern.
Fine, hit me. I don't give a shit. I got your boy.
Okay, so that brings us to Scale, who appears to shake off whatever had been affecting her, and she's going to simply say. She's going to say, "This is getting out of hand. Hear him out. Langley's out of the picture. We're legitimate. Let go of the captain." And she's going to hold an action if you do anything to the captain. Which brings us to Fawe, who's going to stand up. She slams her hand on the table and she stands up and she says, "This is unacceptable behavior. Stop it now." Which brings us to this other pirate who's going to run in, seeing the scene. Also is going to draw their sword, and trying to kind of hold the door open. Looks like they're holding an action as well.
Don't forget to reorganize the thing because Lucan put his thing on there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lucan.
I would just wanted to be like I missed the first round because I was outside doing something else.
Okay. Cool.
He was out having a smoke break.
Sure.
Things are tense. Well, I mean, he doesn't know that, but anyway.
No, pretty much what had happened is that as soon as you said put your game face on or whatever you said, he immediately teleported out and went to his troops.
Gotcha.
And thank you.
Halbecker.
Yes, and thank you for the follow, Ash Newcomb. Ash Newcomb is here. Hello.
Let's go.
Excellent. That brings us to Kaldek, who looking at the situation, puts down the loot.
What was that?
Sorry. I almost dropped my phone.
He's
That
gonna.
was adorable.
He puts down his loot and he's going to pick up what looks like a violin and begins playing some very fitting music for this situation. A very tense little bit of string play. So, yes.
Kaldak banjo music stops.
Which, yes, I'm almost afraid to do this, but it's back around to Ren. Oh.
Okay. Attacks at advantage against Devil.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Oh no.
That's a big crit.
It's 23 total.
Right when the music picks up too.
I know, right? Good timing.
And then a 19 for 9.
She's still up.
Hold on. Doing math. He goes down. That last hit, he's going to crumple to the ground.
You know, slacken my arms.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes. Yeah, you would feel him go slack. And there's blood that's just like flowing out of his ear. He does not look good.
I mean, he's dead, right?
That's up to DM's discretion. At
Well,
that
was
point.
that? I mean, I guess are you doing lethal strikes?
Oh yeah. I KOS. I said it.
That's up to you whether or not that they go for death saving throws or not.
I'm gonna say that Octavian, it looks like he's bleeding out in your arms.
Okay.
So he still looks alive.
for
Well, he
another
looks like he's bleeding out.
for like one round maybe.
Flurry of blows.
Double tap.
Cobra, I've
You
got
don't have advantage though.
Cobra, I've got 2 pages of dialogue. He has a story to tell.
Ren would have advantage. He's
He's no longer stunned because he's dead, or he's unconscious.
Well, yeah, he's unconscious, which means all hits are critical hits and an advantage, which means that'd be 4 fails and a death save.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Cobra's right.
Yeah. All right, Cobra has knocked him unconscious. He's bleeding out on Octavian's arms, and then Cobra just in a rage, Ren in a rage, appears to have beat him to death.
Fuck!
And then Ren would put his sword towards whoever this person is, and then look at Scale. And be like, after the things he's done, he doesn't get a pass. You were good to us. So if you want to talk, I'll listen.
Wow.
There goes 3 hours of this tonight's session.
Yes.
The devil needs the big red X on him.
Yeah.
All that effort for a Hero Force mini for a token.
I am 0% upset. This is excellent.
It's great. It's the best
love
part
it.
about being a DM.
I love it.
I did all this cool stuff, and it's dead.
No, I
it's
really-
like that part in campaign 2 where Matt tears up the character sheet for
Yeah.
the thing that was in the body pile.
Yep.
Like, yep, there we go.
Excellent. So that will bring us to Lucan. If that's it from Ren, which I hope it is.
Is combat even still going on anymore?
Yeah.
All right. At that point, he would probably make his way down down the steps.
Making my way.
Dang it!
Where is? I don't even see Lucan on the map. Where is Lucan?
Above.
He's
Oh.
yeah, because his troops were like his quote unquote troops were off to the side in like one of the stables or whatever outside.
Oh, whoa. Just so you know, Lucan, did you see that ping?
No.
Oh, wrong
Hang on.
layer. Sorry.
There we go.
Okay.
Try again?
So
Yeah, I see that.
I just want to show you the stairs you're at won't lead right there. You'll want to like these stairs up here are what.
Oh, I know. I was
Yeah.
gonna go down. I was gonna make my way down towards these stairs.
Got it. Okay, cool. Yes,
So
exactly.
we're making my
He
way
dimension
downtown.
board. He's got 500-foot range as long as he knows approximately where he needs to be.
Yeah.
So he will, but he will not be. He will not be with anyone. So even though he told the troops are not with him.
Mm-hmm.
They are actually going to be out back.
Oh, okay.
Which reminds me. Thank you for reminding me. Can I get a character sheet?
Do you not have one?
Minions?
I do. Can I have another one for my minions?
Oh.
Oh, for their stats, the rolls.
Well, mostly so that I can place them down and everyone knows. Okay, there's where the skeletons are, rather than they're here.
Mm-hmm.
Here
They're
we
in
go.
this general area. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
That work.
Good.
I will just place these down as placeholders for now.
If you can't add a token, you can DM it to me. I'll add it.
I can.
Okay, great.
And
This gives me something to make tokens for it.
and Versailles would have a light tap on her shoulder.
Well,
And-
until I get put in the role, I'm just going to ignore that.
I mean, it's up to you when you want to add yourself, but
I already rolled.
oh, then basically as soon as you turn around, you're gonna see that there's a bow and a quiver being handed to you.
Anyways,
And that's where my troops are standing, and Lucan is walking down the steps and is not saying anything. He sees that there's someone dead on the ground and is thinking about maybe harvesting
Is
some
this
body
Versailles?
parts. Yeah, that's New Versailles.
Yeah, I changed the token.
So isn't this a window?
No, that's a door.
Well, hold on a second.
I thought that was a door because the guy walked through it.
These are doors. Yeah, so these are doors. If I'm looking at the map right, yeah, so that is a window. Sorry. I believe.
Interior window?
Is that?
Well, no, this is outside.
Yeah, that's a.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. Then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I might have looked at the map wrong, but I've been treating these as doors.
That's what I was thinking. Thought, yeah.
It's an open window.
Okay.
The skeleton just like smashes his hand through.
Well, I thought she was outside, as far as I was aware.
Okay, Lucan. So is that are you good?
Yeah, he's walking down the stairs, and he can see that there's someone dead on the floor, and
Yes.
he's just crossing his arms, wondering what's going on.
Okay. So you have your sword to this girl's neck, is that right, Ren?
I mean, not to her neck, like just like pointed in her direction.
Okay, so she is going to take her sword, and she's going.
That or this,
what?
specifically to Octavian.
Nice.
She's going to hold her blade out, sort of crossing swords with you a little bit, Ren, and she's looking to scale for orders. It looks like she's waiting to see what scale says to do, which will bring us to Varn.
Well, seeing the captain go down, Varn is starting to go and get a little. Seeing that it's getting a little serious, so he's gonna put the bowl of bread pudding down, and I guess we're gonna go and repeat what he did earlier and just scramble across the table, kicking shit all over the place towards his door here. So let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna dash. Now, if I'm dashing, doesn't doors act as interacting with objects?
You can interact
So I
with
wouldn't-
like one door as part of your like normal action.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Then, but if I'm dashing, I don't think that would be possible, would it?
No. So like opening an unlocked door counts as a free action, and you can do like one.
Oh, okay,
just
gotcha.
seems like drawing a weapon or pushing a button.
Right, okay, gotcha. So yeah, I will dash through the door there and we'll stop at my door. And that's it at this point.
Oh, so you run to your room area?
Yep, I've run to the door.
Oh, okay, there we go. Trying to get
I've
Devil
run
off
through
of
the first one and am stopping at my second, or at my room's door. And that's that.
Okay. Excellent, which will bring us to Mother Daragon, who looks very upset. And she looks just very nonplussed at the events. She's not happy.
A nice clean table is now a mess. Oh God.
I need to.
What have I done?
I need to look at something.
I'm jamming out to the music right now.
Oh, it's so good.
Hell yeah.
Music.
Picture music. Put on the. Which one did I use? Did I use combat or did I use? Yeah, I just used a normal one. Never mind.
I'm like right now between replaying Witcher or replaying Mass Effect.
I'm mostly
Yes.
getting Witcher out of most of it.
No, I would say like video games like that I want to play again.
I was saying I'm playing Fallout right now while we're doing this.
Which one?
4.
Ah.
3 in Vegas are in another room. So
I like physically playing 4, like the running around and shooting people and the vats and everything like that. It's great. Like, it's a good, not super clunky first-person shooter. It's just everything else about that game just kind of is like.
I would say like I don't like the settlement aspect.
Yeah.
The storyline is blah, but everything else, like, it is a fun game to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, mine's modded to hell, so.
Oh, yeah, right. That's the right way to play Bethesda games.
It's the only way to play Bethesda games.
Mm-hmm.
I have more mods than I have normal game.
Right. So that's Daragon. What are we on now, B?
Yeah, no, Daragon is going to do something, but Lucian messed it all up. But that's okay.
Shame on you.
That's okay. As Lucian's running down, she's not going to notice you right away. She's actually going to cast. She's going to cast Sleep, and she's going to put it right there.
Cool.
And we are doing
a lot of D8. All of the D8s.
We're going to do 39 HP, and I guess it would go to Lucian. Do you how much HP do you have, Lucian?
65.
Okay, 65.
Yeah.
So your lowest. So that is not going to work.
I was gonna counterspell it, but then when I realized it was sleep, I was like, I'm not gonna bother.
So you can see that obviously Daragon is attempting to defuse Ren unsuccessfully, which will bring us to B. Cake, are you there?
Are you dead, Cake?
Hello? Sorry?
There you are.
It is your turn.
My turn.
Mm-hmm.
Beatrice Letheltree.
Yeah, no, dude, I'm dipping. Beatrice is gonna follow suit and just sort of walk out, probably behind Born as Born is leaving. Just like, I like how this man thinks. First the bread, now the pudding. I'm out.
Actually, I didn't roll initiative, but Eloise Dustbluff, is obviously going to run, seeing what happens. Unless somebody
Martin would trip her on his way out.
Oh,
Drunkenly stumps out into the yard.
she's been so
Does
nice.
she
All right, I'm gonna head out.
Oh no, she didn't forget.
Nice uncle.
I like how it's a GIF, but the only thing that's moving is like the
The light.
expression.
Well, it's like the thing only has GIFs. It doesn't have just straight pictures.
That's fair. That's fair. Boy.
Excellent. Octavian.
Well, a man just died in my arms. Not the first time, but
Definitely,
right.
definitely, probably the first time a criminal died in your arms, though.
Yeah.
Doubt it.
nah,
What are you talking about? He stabbed them first.
Yeah, just You're on the right track for side. Different situation. Well, I'm gonna sheath my sword, and I'm gonna lean down. I know it's in vain, but this is something that Octavian would do. I'm gonna try to put a lay on hands, try and resuscitate devil.
I believe that would not work, would it?
Yeah, I as a player know it won't work,
Yeah.
but doing it anyways.
I'm gonna cut your hand off for trying to bring him back.
Well,
Obviously, I'm sensing a bitch slap in a few seconds.
and I'll kind of get back and go. Damn it. Well, at first I was going to say perhaps we should answer a few questions, see what's really going on. So I suggest everybody stand down and we can talk about this. There is complicated history between these three, as I kind of motion between Devil, Scale, and Ren. It is unfortunate that it came to this.
Let's say
I'm
with
sort of speaking in general. I'm speaking to the pirate, Daragon, Ren, Scale, just everybody being like, chill the fuck out. Let's back up. We got some shit to hash out. If you let Ren, air the dirty laundry, maybe you'll understand.
With Scale's turn next, you'd see her, she looks very angry, her sword is out, but seeing what's happening, she's going to say, "Stand down. I think we should... Tiger will hear you out."
I don't know if it matters, but they were all holding actions to attack Ren if he attacked the captain. At this point, it doesn't matter, but I thought it was just something I'd be like,
to be fair,
do anything.
The female pirate was holding an action pending Scale's order, was the last thing that I said. Before that, I think they were, and then he died. So it came around
Monk's
again.
gonna monk.
Yeah, and then she was holding an action based on Scale's order on that last turn. But Scale would tell you, Ren, if you want to talk, drop your sword, Tiger. And I feel like we can keep... Do we want to keep initiative order, or do we want to just come out of it for a minute?
I think this depends on Ren. Is Ren gonna keep going for the kills?
I feel like I'm doing the...
We'll get to Ren.
Okay.
I feel like I'm doing the Chris Pratt, holding out my hands to the Raptors.
Scale is going...
Whoa, calm down.
Yeah, so Scale looks like she's going to stand down. Fawe, waiting to see, is actually going to sigh heavily, and she's going to come across the table, stand next to Scale. She's going to touch Scale, and she's going to cast Death Ward on Scale.
Should have done that with the other one.
Yeah.
Should have done that with the other one.
And she's going to say...
Didn't get a chance.
She can say, enough blood for tonight. The other
That
pirate
just means that it takes one more hit. That's it.
Yeah. The other pirate is standing by as Kaldek plays a lilting melody, bringing us back around to Ren.
Ren will pretty much keep staring at these two. He'll kind of spin his sword to flick the blood off of, and then he'll sheath it on the sheath behind him, but still gripping it, white knuckling it.
Scale would look at you and nod and say, "It's been a while, Tiger."
Yeah. Doc's journal said you were dead. At least I guess that's what I assumed when I read it.
She's gonna lean down, pick up Devil's hat, brush off some of the blood, and she puts it on her head and says, "Captain Scale at your service."
Oh, I need my spreadsheet real quick.
Cobra
The
says,
captain is dead. Long live the captain.
Oh, I can cross Dev off the list now.
He's making a list. He's checking it twice.
It's not Ren's physical list, but just my list of the crew.
I know.
Here I am trying to think of a rhyme to go with that. My brain just completely conks out.
Yeah, Captain, huh? And who else you got on the crew? Rip and Tear still hanging around?
pulling up my codex, double checking, because Cobra's gonna write it down if I'm not sure. Rip and tear. Doc was old and confused, Tiger, but yes, Rip and Tear are on the ship. And of course...
When she said Red's neck, just snaps, looking to glare at her.
Sorry.
They need a
Sorry.
They need a strong hand to keep them in line, but they are good enforcers, as you well know.
There is no keeping those cannibals in line.
Cannibals.
Oh yeah, those halflings are
Bum,
fucked
bum,
up.
bum.
Tiger, you got a second chance. Why cannot we?
As I said, you certainly could. You always stood up to us, to Beast and Bedrock. Sorry, to Devil and Bedrock. Kept Boom and Blast from taking, fighting us for their fun. I thought maybe if second chance you wouldn't fall back into it.
Come now, Tiger. You knew many of the crew were innocent. There was blood on your hands, too. And yet still you murdered them indiscriminately. Guild? Tack? Of what were they guilty that you also were not?
Flag.
Hello. Sorry, my mic is gonna sound like shit this week. Sorry.
Your mic sounds good.
Good.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Sounds good to me.
I mean, Justin's gonna pitch a fit, but whatever. The rest of them are good. So they're good.
I mean, it's the one in my laptop, so because the desk isn't thick enough for me to mount my microphone to.
It sounds fine, man.
Oh, that's
Sounds a
good.
hell of a lot better than most built-in mics.
Yeah, really.
Interesting. I actually haven't listened to it. I'll have to take a listen to it later. But hello, I'm here. Sorry for being late.
You can always pull up the Twitch chat and listen to yourself.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Scale would say, now you have pretty robes and think to sentence us to death like you sentenced them? No, no, no. We need to find a better way.
I didn't know what was going on that ship until a lot had already happened. And when I did find out, I did something about it.
She nods, and she's going to take a seat. Faway's going to back up for a minute, and she's going to take a seat at the table, pour herself a glass of brandy. And she's going to say, there was, as you know, Tiger, there was very little profit in what the captain, and she gestures to Devil, she says, the real captain, the things he was getting into. I don't know where the money was in it, but now we have a chance to make some real coin, and I don't want to pass it up. Legitimate coin.
Running protection on a river? It's almost a little pathetic for one of the most legendary pirate crews that ever sailed.
You try sailing around with that flag, it attracts too much attention, and all the kidnapping, it was just there was no money in it at all. Langley said to us that we just had to keep waiting, and he was serving whatever master he serves. Something dark and deep beneath the waves. I don't want to know about it. But at least now we can make some money, we can live more comfortably, hopefully retire somewhere sunny and warm instead of this place.
If you went straight, if you weren't doing anything bad, why was Devil working with those hags in Aaronsport?
She sighs and shakes her head. Haven't you been listening, Tiger? That was all Langley. All the sacrifices and the slaves and the kidnapping.
So where's he now, then?
I don't know. We haven't seen him in months. Devil mutinied. Stopped following him, told him to follow whatever god he would. And we took all the gold we had and we bought ourselves the new ship, the Tunbridge. And that was that, we hoped. I hope I never see the son of a bitch again.
Did any of them go with Beast?
No, I think the ones that were left loved coin more than his god.
Who all is left?
Rip and tear, you know. Bedrock. And me.
Give me 1 sec.
Rip and tear until it is done.
Oh yeah, why do you think I named him that, man? That fucking suck. I'm trying. Oh, there it is. I'm trying to find Doc's Eternal.
I love it.
Because the journal mentions Squall, right?
I believe it did. Speaking of Doc, she would say at this, she takes a long swig of the drink and she says, "Tell us what happened to Doc. We found him in the cave with his guts spilled across the floor, half eaten by marrow."
Yeah. He found my blade too. I didn't enjoy that one, but you know what he would do to them. Preparing them for Beast.
You act like your hands were clean when you were on the Sunder. We were all guilty of following Langley. I don't know that Doc had to die. He was a foolish old man.
Did we have any confirmation that Doc was like doing anything to the prisoners that the hags were having to? They seem like they had like incisions or anything on them.
I can answer unless Ren wants to.
I don't know. I don't know about anything like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you saw him cutting somebody up who was dead, but yeah, doing some kind
And
of
it was
autopsy.
clearly like a human, like a townsperson kind of dude.
Mm-hmm.
Your Doc was, I don't know, dissecting innocent villagers from Aaronsport. I think he got what he deserved.
Scale, everyone on that boat deserves to die. And I'm not going to make an exception for myself. But I know that I'm doing whatever I can to try and make up for some of it, at least before I die.
What do you want from Rodriguez?
That's a
Scale would nod and say, "This is what I'm saying. We all deserve a second chance, now that we're free of the beast." Beast was working with the hags, and, well, he took the ones that the aunties didn't need. The captain found other uses for them, but believe me when I say all his talk of souls and demons and something he called the fathomless wasn't filling our pockets. This is why we mutinied, Tiger. We didn't burn the ship and kill half the crew. We simply cut out the problem itself and left it to rot. Left it to rot out at sea in the Illusion Sea. He's got no way back.
Now, if I had tried that, if I had said something to any of the crew, to Devil, to Bedrock, to Wheel, you would have thrown me off the boat back then. There was no mutiny then.
You're probably right.
Not when the Sunder was still floating.
You're probably right, Tiger. But things change, and now we're free to do what we do best. Fill our coffers, and hopefully retire soon. Very, very rich.
if
guess
you really want... Oh, go ahead. Never mind.
I guess I can't argue that at least you deserved a second chance. You and Owl were the only decent ones on that ship.
She sort of shakes her head at the mention of Owl. And she says, Owl was a good lot, wasn't he?
I was gonna get him to come with me, but Beast called me before I could get him and get to the boat. He never should have been a pirate.
From behind you, while you're talking, you would see, with your passive perception, Ren, you'd probably notice Fawe. She takes a step back and she's sort of leaning against the wall and she's kind of holding her head a little bit. Daragon notices this and she says, while you two get acquainted, and she sort of passes between you and Ren, she'd say, daughter, are you all right? And she sort of looks at her and they're exchanging words. She says, I'll have Lorelei bring you more tincture. And Fawe nods and says, thank you, mother. And she says, considering that our evening is already spoiled, you may as well go to bed. And Fawe nods and she starts heading up the stairs. As Daragon turns and she's watching you, Ren, she's watching your interaction with Scale very closely.
Lucan will give her a bow. Sorry, I was muted. As she goes up, if that matters. It doesn't.
Excellent.
I'll move closer to Daragon.
Sure.
And the skeletons will stand outside the door.
At this, you would hear some harumphing coming from down the hall. Harumph! What's all this? What's all this?
Bubsy, go sit the fuck down.
Mother Daragon, what is this ruffian saying? And she's going to step forward and she's going to stop him before he gets to the corner and sees what happened. And she's going to say, Lord Killian, please retire to the room. I shall be in shortly to speak with you. Our business shan't be interrupted. Don't worry. She says, the ships will travel freely once more, despite the harsh words of the Sapiarch. And you would remember that was the name of the ruling mage in the capital of Starin. And he says, hurry up, I expect an answer for this. I heard what sounded like fighting. And he turns around and starts walking away at her insistence.
Old man, you're gonna get fighting if you don't fuck off.
As he finishes and turns, Varn pops through the door with his crossbow. And is now pointing it up and down the hallway looking for trouble.
Oh my goodness! And he's seeing you with your crossbow pointed in his direction. He's going to run back into the room and slam the door. And you hear through the door, Bubsy, what's gone wrong? Her pudding shit down. It's terrible. Oh, they've gone mad.
Ren will kind of like hold his hand up to Var and be like, stay alert, but it's okay.
He said, we'll take a step to the right.
I missed all the fun.
Better luck next time, Vaughn.
You guys move too fast. You need to slow down a little bit.
I didn't get to do anything either. Did you save any of that cake?
It's pudding, but it's in there. He points at the table. At the bowl that's probably tipped over at this point.
With that, he will actually sit down and just like untip over everything and start eating.
So what about Squall? Doc's journal mentioned that she fucked up our first boat.
Scale sort of eyes you and she takes a sip of the brandy at the mention of the name and she says, we see Squall from time to time. She more or less follows her own path. She was very attached to the captain, as you probably know.
Oh, yeah. She was volatile.
That's putting it lightly.
Do you mind if I ask a few questions, Ren?
Yeah. Go for it. I'm still a little on edge.
Scale, I have a few questions for you. How long ago did Devil perform his mutiny against Beast?
She thinks for a moment and says, must have been about just over 2 months ago.
I kind of side-eye Ren. So that means I look at him. So that means the last time we saw Devil, he was working for Beast.
Yeah, she says that shit the Hags was Beast's doing, which doesn't surprise me.
How much of the contents of Doc's journal do I know? Do I know? Does Octavian know about the mentions of Old Gran? Well, I know, or to how much extent? Because I know the unicorn mentioned it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're aware of the contents of the journal.
Okay.
And also, don't forget when you killed the sea hag, Auntie. She said old. She would have said old. I forget who got the killing blow. I think it was Octavian, but she said Old Gran's eye is upon you now. So I think that was the first time you heard the name.
Okay. Let me just scale. What do you know of a something called Old Gran?
Scale would say that was some of that nonsense the captain spent all his time on, working with these demons, working with these creatures. It was putting no coin in our pockets, so it was no point to us at all.
No point to you, but it meant a lot to him and his goals.
What matters to Beast matters nothing to me. Haven't you been listening?
I understand that. Surely something is clunking around that head of yours. Something that you've overheard.
She would say, do you want to try any roll, Octavian, or are we just trying to see if she remembers anything?
I can intimidate. Ooh. I can, slam my hand on the table.
Okay, however you want to play it.
Fuck you, fucking bot. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna bring it back. It's gonna be a little more jaunty this time.
That would have worked perfectly for you slamming your
It should be somber at this point.
No, we're gonna go into things, so...
Slams his hand on the table, it cuts out the music.
Yeah, let's roll that now. If that's alright with you.
Please. Okay.
Great.
Langley talked...
The table's way harder than I imagined.
You hurt your hand.
Run and Scale with like chuckle under their breath.
Solid mahogany.
Oh, my guild hall is made of that.
Langley talked about many things. Talked about the aunts, talked about something called Malkazid, talked about many different... the Fathomless, I believe. I didn't pay much attention to it. I believe in things I can see, things I can touch, things I can spend.
What can I roll on that, what do you say, Malkazeth?
Malkazeth.
That was in Doc's journal.
Oh, it was?
I'm trying to find it, though.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to roll religion or history, you could.
I will do history, because I'm actually proficient in that.
Yeah.
20.
Wow. Dirty
30.
20. Yeah. You would know that there is a legend of a creature who betrayed Corellon thousands of years ago and is a archdevil from the Nine Hells.
You're telling me the beast was engaged in some dealings with an archdevil, betrayed an an elven god from uh, the faraway lands, or whatever we would call the Sword Coast, Faerun, whatever.
Doc's journal mentioned something called Malkazid, some giant feathered fiend.
And I believe it as much as I believe these children have met a 6,000-year-old mystic. It's all bullshit.
What children?
Children of Ix.
Oh.
Well, not that fanciful.
Doc was, Doc was a few bandages short of a medical kit, but it's like he wasn't a drunk. He wasn't like Guild. No, Tack. He wasn't like Tack.
I don't know if you talked to Doc as much as I did, but he was going quite mad towards the end. Spent too much time talking to the captain, I think.
You say you betrayed Langley, Beast, dumped his body into the endless expanses of the ocean, hoping he would drown. At least make sure to cut his throat before you threw him overboard.
We're not savages.
Not from the stories Ren tells.
And she laughs. She laughs at that. We're reformed now.
Hashtag not reformed.
She'd say, and as far as I know, our hostess, Mother Daragon, ma'am, we're in her employ, so we answer to her.
I don't trust you, Scale, but I don't have the storied history that you do with my patriot there.
I could tell you some stories about what Tiger did aboard the Sunder, but it was no worse than anything I did.
Can't be any worse than what I've seen him do to some of our enemies.
I mean, he just beat a man to death right in front of you, and you seem not shocked.
Usually he's doing that to save our assets. We've been doing good work, believe it or not. You're not the only one who is attempting personal reformation. Ren just got a bit of a head start of it when he blew your ship to hell.
She pounds her fist on the table, and she says, Devil didn't even draw his sword, but I'm going to let it go because I didn't have any strong love for him.
Well,
what, Ren?
You can take some solace in knowing that I wanted to at least ask him some of these questions.
I wasn't going to give him the chance. He didn't deserve it.
Believe me, he would have been much less verbose than I am being.
We can be quite persuasive.
She sort of looks around nervously at that. She didn't like that.
But we are, and I look over to Mother Daragon, but we are in polite company. And I would do no more than we have already done to sully such an evening.
And Ren will kind of speak to the room. Any who knew what Devil had done in the past would not fault me for what I did. True, Scale?
She looks and she points to these two what's the word? Minions. Yeah, and tells them.
Deckhands?
Yeah, and tells them to wait outside. So they're gonna just step outside, and they're obviously
Take the body. It's bleeding on the marble.
Yeah, they're obviously eyeing these two soldiers here. Actually, that's a great point. As they're going to leave, Scale would say, "Take him outside." So they'll they'll just drag his body out here.
No. Ren will kind of like put his foot on Devil's chest.
Nigel will step forward and say, "Oh, please, sir, the carpet."
I swear to God, Nigel.
As Nigel says that, Varn's crossbow goes and points right at him.
Read the fucking room.
This carpet is
Smashing.
But the carpet is from Vardis. The blood's... Ugh. And he's just in a huff. He's just gonna huff away.
Lucan has pressed his agitation. Get over it.
As he's leaving, Lucan will speak up. I'll clean it up later.
Yeah,
No
he's gonna-
Works
charge.
better than seltzer water and lemon.
Yeah.
Trust me, it does.
I'll tell you true, Scale. We're rip and tear or bedrock here right now. I would do the same fucking thing. But you are like a caretaker to the lesser of us. To me, Fox, Owl. You at least had a decency in you. So, if you are captain, and you can keep those two on a fucking leash, and Langley's no longer in the picture, maybe it won't be necessary.
Tiger, I knew you were still in there. And she kind of claps a hand on your shoulder and says,
Deflect missiles are going to catch your wrist.
And who says you can't use martial abilities for RP?
and she says, take it down 2 notches, Tiger.
I just said I wasn't going to go to your ship and kill the rest of your crew. That's a few notches right there.
You think you could kill Bedrock so easily as this fool?
With I would kind of look at Octavian. With help, we could kill Bedrock.
Crack knuckles.
Ren is where he could. I mean, Bedrock would fucking. Yeah, Bedrock's Bedrock.
I'm going to have to tell Bedrock a story about tonight. Because he was more fond of Devil than you or I.
I tell him a story.
I'll tell him that Devil got what's that, Goblin?
I said I tell him a story.
What story?
Who wants to be the hero?
What is he talking about, Tiger?
Ignore him.
I don't. You can tell Bedrock the truth, and if Bedrock really wants to mix it, he can come pay us a visit.
Well, if what I hear is correctly, we're escorting you to Air Serene tomorrow, so you might be able to tell him yourself.
Well, that's news to me.
We don't need an escort. We can probably sink any ship you can.
She looks to...
We still need a boat. Father.
We can take theirs.
Daragon
They
says,
don't need it.
Lord Killian has passenger vessels, but the whole point of hiring this crew was to protect the waterways from undesirables.
Now, don't take this the way, Mother Daragon. You have impeccable taste.
How forward-thinking to hire the undesirables to protect from the other undesirables.
There's a Suicide Squad joke here. I can't think of it, though. Now, if you don't mind, Tiger, it's been wonderful catching up, but I was promised some dinner. And she's going to take a white napkin off. She's going to tuck it into her shirt and sort of look around expectantly. Where's that stammering fool? Looking around for Nigel.
And I guess if we're going on your boat, we'll have plenty of time. Ren is going to loot the devil's body.
Yeah, just so Ren doesn't misunderstand, you're not specifically going on the Tun Bridge. They're just going to be patrolling. So
Yeah. I mean, Ren can.
you can if you want.
I mean, Ren could literally run across the water to their boat.
Yeah.
As
You
long as they're
are
not moving
mine
faster
now.
than him, he'll
Yes.
catch him.
you are looting the devil. Let's roll investigation.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Definitely taking whatever weapons he had.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You find obviously he was wearing some studded leather armor.
I don't care.
Okay. And
Let's assume magical.
No, you find a very nice longsword, but it does not appear to be arcane at first glance. It looks
At first glance, what about the second one?
It appears to have some sort of a it appears to have like a silver inlay. Ren might be worth some coin, but it doesn't appear magical.
I just probably put down Devil's Longsword.
Sure.
More of a trophy than anything.
You would also find you'd also find some papers, different just maps, cargo manifest, things like that.
Ren would hand those off to Scale. And then he would kind of like pat the longsword, be like, he would appreciate the irony.
She gives you just a side glance and nods and says, "He might not have understood it, but I appreciate it, Tiger." Now, can you get the body out of here? It's starting to stink up the place.
Has Lucien started eating?
He's been eating.
This whole time I've been eating, yeah.
Yes.
Lucien, when you get the moment to the mess, just so Nigel doesn't have a conniption and can at least
Sure.
put on a good face, so that we clean up after our messes.
Okay. And he
Well-
will get up from the table. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna have Versailles say, "Well, if the excitement's over, I think I'll go get some fresh air."
Don't touch the guys outside.
She'll just give him a funny look.
The one who handed you the bow, I'm sure.
This makes me
We
want
never got
touch
to that
them.
part.
You never got a turn.
No.
Luce will get up and just like start prestidigitating the entire table and the area around it, just one after the other.
Between Gabriel and Devil, we're just Ren will stop a fight quick, one way or the other.
Monks. Yes, Daragon would say, if you will, would thank Lucien for cleaning up and say, "This has been rather upsetting for me, and I must go smooth things over with Lord Killian. We have a delicate business arrangement, and I'd hate for him to get cold feet."
I also have something I wanted to speak about with him, but can I ask you about your daughter?
Oh,
Good segue.
yes. You're asking
She's single.
Daragon?
Yes, I'm asking Daragon.
Yes, Lucien, was it?
Yes, indeed. She seemed like she was suffering from something. Would you mind if I was to take a look at her? I am somewhat of a medical professional.
Ah, please. She's been having headaches and sleeplessness for... it's been a few months now.
I will go and take a look. Also, make sure she's not drinking too much. Or is. I don't know. Drinking seems to knock me out.
A word, Lucien? Just 1 second. And she would kind of ask you to come over here. And she would just kind of lean in close to you and she'd say, she does, just so you know, she does enjoy a bit of drink at night sometimes to calm her. I think perhaps she overindulges, so just so you know.
He will give a nod. I will go and speak and see if I can figure out what is wrong.
Excellent.
For no charge, of course. I just want to treat hospitality back to, He'll, like, glance over towards Ren. Unfortunate events.
Before you leave, Lucien.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. She would just say... Yes, she'd say, Fawe is my adoptive daughter. She was left here when she was only 5 years old. She never knew her true parents, but I've raised her as my own.
I will do the best I can, man.
Thank you.
And he will give a bow and make his way back upstairs towards Fawe.
Excellent. And she's going to head into this room to speak to Killian.
I have no idea where Falway is.
You saw her go up the stairs, so.
I meant like on the map.
Oh, yes, you wouldn't know where she was, but if you come up the stairs, you'd see Lorelei in the hall. Master Lucan, how was the dinner? I heard a bit of commotion. Did someone drop the soup?
Not so much. There was a bit of a scuffle and a bit of a mess. I of course helped clean it up.
A fight?
As it was.
A fight in the manor?
Yeah, I would call it a scuffle.
I
More
hope
than a
everyone's
fight.
all right. We've never had such a disturbance before. Is Mother Daragon? I should tend her immediately.
She is perfectly fine. She is with the guy whose
Killian.
name went Killian. She is with Lord Killian, but she is in the rec room on the left. But before you go, can I ask, have you seen Fairway?
She would, at the first comment, she would just put her hand on her chest and she'd say, "Oh, Lord Killian, I hope he hasn't been drinking too much again. He's known to enjoy a bit. You said you're looking for Lady Farway. I believe she went upstairs. She's probably out on the balcony."
We'll give a nod. And if you see the good maid man whose name went out of my brain as well,
Nigel Fairservice,
if you see Nigel,
the butler.
let him know that I did clean up all the mess downstairs. He will not have to worry about that.
Of course, I believe he's in the kitchen. He seemed very upset. I think he was taking a drink as well.
Well, I might see him later for a drink. Maybe teach him something about prestidigitation.
She would, you already know your way around, but she would just guide you over here and point you towards the stairs, just because it's her job.
He nods, and we'll take the stairs up,
Excellent.
which I think is these stairs over here.
You know the map better than I. Yes, indeed.
Red is red.
Yes, thank you.
Orange is orange.
Yes.
I don't believe you.
As you crest the top of the stairs, Lucan, you would see an old man actually stumble out of this door that's been across from your rooms.
Good evening, sir.
I have seen it. And he sort of walks up to you and he says, "It's happening soon. I've seen it.
What is, sir?
The prophecy. Don't you see?"
No.
No.
Is someone gonna
He's
witness?
honest about it.
This guy looks like someone should witness him while shining prom.
Honestly, I thought more like he looked like he was half fucking dead.
I was just thinking the guys in Final Fantasy Remake, the Sephiroth cultist reunion.
What
would-
prophecy?
I have seen them in my sleep and my waking eyes. I have seen the druids coming. They're coming through the trees.
Okay. You know what?
Point at me. She's right there.
Actually, that's a good point. He said, "I know of someone who was in the trees. There's somebody that you should speak to about." And he would describe B. She is downstairs on the bottom floor getting some food. She may understand the prophecy more than me.
His eyes go wide and he says, the tribes, they're here. And he starts running for the stairs, and you would actually see Lorelei coming up. He's running down the stairs. Lorelei intercepts him and says, come now, Master Varen, back to bed. We'll get you your medicine. I'm terribly sorry. He's been convalescing here for quite some time. His mind's a bit addled. Come here, Master Varen. And she's going to lead him back into his bedroom. And the door's open if you were to look in, Lucan, unless you're stopping her
he would.
in any way. Yeah.
No, he would step out of her way.
Yep.
He doesn't know what's going on, and he's not getting involved.
You would just see her lay him down on the bed, and she takes a wet face cloth and she's dabbing him. Yes, the tribes, we know. We'll deal with it in the morning.
Ellis, does he happen to also be screaming about Ipa and the 1,000-eyed beast? Anything like that?
Not at the moment.
Give him 5 minutes.
And I'll just because you're looking in, so you can see inside that room. And she's basically putting him back to bed, and you see her just kind getting a wet cloth and settling him down.
He will walk towards the door, and give a nod, and then gently close the door.
Yes.
Not with him on the other side, with him outside still.
Yes, of course.
And then we'll make his way out towards the veranda or balcony or whatever we are at this point.
Yes. This is it. Yeah, this is you're on the third floor, so this is a balcony, and from here, Lucian, you might notice that it's a relatively clear night. There's a full moon, which is illuminating, and you can actually see that you're in the mountains. Looking this way, you're actually looking in a northeasterly direction, and you can see through some of the peaks. You're surrounded by these mountains, but through some of the peaks, you're able to see the moonlight shimmering off what appears to be a distant forest, and it appears as though the trees are glimmering a shade of pink, like almost like rose, like
Cherry blossoms?
Cherry blossoms. Thank you.
Pretty.
Yes, you can just catch a glimpse of it through a couple of the peaks.
I don't know if anyone else is doing anything in particular. I don't want to draw attention just to me.
I say Versailles just chilling out in the back rose garden.
Hey, Versailles!
I had a couple things, but if you know,
I can definitely take a step back. I don't want to
Sure.
take up everything.
well, I mean, it's nothing super important, but mainly just kind of sequence of events. First, I wanted to walk outside. One, get air, get away from all of that. And I see Lieutenant's men here. I just want to inspect them. Just kind of, look them up and down.
We haven't even seen them yet, right? So we don't even know these are his guys right now, right?
I think.
Because we went inside when he made them, and then he put them in the.
Yeah.
Well, you did see me outside training with them.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Ren would definitely have seen it if he was on top of the roof. It's not like it was something that was quiet. B definitely knows it because she went outside. Octavian might. I mean, he knows that I summoned them.
Yeah, because you asked, and I can tell we haven't seen these guys before. They don't look like, they definitely don't look like guards that would be at a place like this. They look more, scrappy, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
could
a good way to
probably
describe them.
I could probably infer, I guess, but I just want
They would
to
also probably give you a bow when you walked outside.
yeah, just want to inspect them.
Don't inspect them too closely. As soon as you get too close to them, they would back up and then shake their heads.
Well, I'm just gonna pass through, just kind of look up and down, a whiff.
Don't give them a whiff. That's gonna ruin all the fun.
Yeah, I'm breathing in the air out here and trying to get away from the dead body smell mixed with whatever incense they might have been burning.
I mean, if it was just a normal whiff, they would smell pretty good. The
Okay.
clothes are clean, and he takes care of it and makes sure that everything's really good. There's no dead smell from them.
How do the faces look? If
Like steel masks.
Steel masks. Okay, cool.
That is a bit odd, but
It's like
higher lads.
They're Persian immortals. Leave them alone.
yeah. Who are the guys
Yeah, I was
from?
gonna say.
Who are the guys from Marine? And they attacked.
Never seen that.
Game of Thrones. They attacked Daenerys in the big arena.
Oh yeah, the people with the masks in the arena.
Yeah. I forget.
At your comment, they would give another bow.
Interesting.
As you were, gentlemen.
And they will nod and stand back in position. They have the command, I made sure to blank this one in, to listen to whatever you said. And of course acknowledge you as if you were commander. Only superseding by me.
Yeah. I'll just walk around the grounds, and I imagine at some point I'd probably go to the garden. Because I haven't seen this, and I'd probably run into Versailles, I think. An interesting place for a bloodbath, yeah?
Not so much anymore. Any place can be a place for a bloodbath.
true enough.
I'm just confused as to what started it all. I just heard a shout and he was dead.
Old wounds. I don't know the full story. He hasn't told me much of it, but I know enough to know that he was not a good person. One can turn over a new leaf, but it doesn't absolve things like that.
Sure enough.
I wanted to be fair, I wanted to ask him some questions, being the first mate of somebody that is the real perpetrator, and one who I am certain is in league with something that is making jabs at my past as well.
Do you ever not be dramatic?
Only when my life is not being dramatic. Up until a few months
Okay.
ago, it was the life of a sellsword, stopping barroom brawls, being protection, muscle, occasional bounty here or there. Very honorable things for one of my training. What's so
Well,
funny?
I'm just thinking back to the week that I've experienced so far.
Yes, it's sort it's like doing everything fast forward. No time to breathe. Walking like you wake up from a terrible dream and nothing's the same. Everything's different and you don't understand it.
That's where you try to understand it.
I dealt with that for a long time. I at least wasn't dealing with jumping from time.
She's just going to raise an eyebrow at you.
It's hard to imagine everything that you worked for, just everything that you felt like mattered to you, just crumbles apart around you. For a while, it doesn't feel real. Kind of tap the hilt on my belt. But maybe it can be real again one day.
I would
Let's
say
see,
just focus on what's in front of us and worry about the future when we get to it.
Yes, I agree.
Because
Nice.
for some of us, we're still in the past.
Well, future's not all bad. Get to see some interesting places. Meet interesting people. Maybe kill some of them.
Okay, Joker.
Yeah. Well.
If
With any luck,
anything,
go ahead.
you should probably try to loosen up just a little bit.
That's the thing.
And
know
don't
if I
blame your
can.
training.
Ah,
You and I
there
both
it
went
is.
through legionary training.
Right. Well, stick around long enough. Might see, might get to see the puppet master behind all of this, eat her words. It's going to take a lot of work. I won't keep you. I just wanted some air and talk to somebody who at least understands a bit of where we all come from.
True, but we already have one person who's brooding. I don't think we need more than one.
Should have seen it back before the group doubled in size. We were all a bit brooding in our own ways. And I'll walk back inside.
Octavian, as you're walking inside, you would actually, as you're, coming up the stairs, you would run into Layla, who would say, "Oh, pardon me.
Layla,
I was just looking for Versailles."
your daughter.
Yes, it's quite a lot to take in.
I'm going to give you a little word of advice before you speak to her. It's not been nearly as long for her as you think it has.
I don't know what to make of this talk of the wood. It seems like something from a fairy tale.
All legends start with a hint of truth, from what I have learned as of late. Just, if you can't really wrap your head around it, magic. That's all you need to know.
She sort of laughs and then realizes that you're quite serious and nods.
Do I look like I joke?
No, you don't. The laugh was half a second. She went, "Oh."
He's like, huh, oh. It's
Yeah.
just like a complete blank face.
Yeah. Octavian.
Hmm.
I apologize for my behavior earlier.
You should.
Yes.
It's very unprofessional of you. Unbecoming of a lady who's of your stature.
She just nods. She looks. Her cheeks are a bit red, and she just sort of nods, and she looks out into the courtyard towards Versailles, who I believe appears to be brooding, looking into the important water.
I have not known your daughter for very long. She is a kind soul. She is deserving of your respect. And I will walk away.
Yes. Layla will give Octavian a nice wide berth and step out and say, "The moon is quite large tonight."
Sorry, I'm laughing at what Varn just put in the chat.
What did he say? What chat? There's so many chats. There's a real 20 chat.
The
Oh,
Discord.
see.
Okay.
Oh.
A high-class hooker.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Admit it.
If
Just
she wants to
admit
go
it.
throwing around the name Lady Killian, she should at least fucking act like it.
Yes. I'm sorry for my behavior, Octavian. Unless you have some coin. Never mind.
Be gone!
Unless you have a way to make it worth my while. You know?
She'd say, so your friend Octavian, he was part of the Legion, I take it.
What was your first clue?
The uniform, certainly. Did you fight together?
No, not until recently.
I receive letters from Morik. He's well.
So he still lives.
Yes, he and his wife, they just had their third child.
Hmm. Well, I'm assuming he thinks I'm dead.
I doubt if I was to write a letter claiming otherwise, he'd probably think that I was on some sort of a bender.
He'd have every reason to believe that, too.
Well, my hands are not clean of all sin, Versailles, but I've tried to enjoy life to its fullest. sort of...
Will you be willing to help us secure passage, at least to get those fees lowered? None of us would have that much money.
She'd say, my relationship with Lord Killian has been strained by the evening. I would hate to strain it further by having my family, more of my own family problems, cut into his business. But
Wouldn't have been strained if you hadn't attacked me, my friend.
she sort of hangs her head and she's looking into the water, and you'd notice some koi swimming by. As a dragonfly would swoop down, touch the water, concentric circles are coming out that hit the stone edge and then come back in the opposite pattern. And she's watching it intently and says, I could speak to him, but tell me again, daughter, why is it so urgent that you leave? We've only just become reacquainted, and she looks down and says, I feel I have much to make up for.
I didn't come here to visit you.
I know that.
My friends have more important things, and I owe them my life. And I'm determined to repay that debt.
I understand. Let me see if Douglas is still malleable enough to consent to our needs. I can't believe the woman you've become, Versailles. You look so much like your...
Like who?
Grail.
Because I sure as hell don't look like you. And that was actually in character.
Yeah. At the question, she says, Grail.
Who?
I'll be right back.
Yes.
Dun, dun, dun.
She'd say, Versailles, darling, if I'm to have any hope of even a friendship with you one day, I think it's time for you to know the truth.
About?
The man you knew as your father, Mason, he was my husband, yes, but he was not your sire. You look more like him. Now I can't deny it anymore.
So, you spread your legs over town when you were married to Mason?
She says, no, darling, I did bed with a mercenary one night. Mason was out of town, and I was wont to make poor decisions. He was an exotic-looking young man. His name was Grail Corvus. We shared one night, and I left in the morning. And I have to be honest with you now, if I ever am going to be, I'm glad it happened, because I discovered later I was with child, and seeing the woman that you've become, I can't tell my heart that that night was a mistake.
Okay. Regardless of what you say, this Grail person, he's not my father.
No, in every way that matters, Mason was your father. He raised you as his own, and he knew the truth, but to avoid scandal, of course, we said nothing, and he loved you like you were his own blood. And in every way that matters, you were his daughter.
And what happened to him? How'd you live and he didn't?
Mason?
Yes.
What happened in the last days of the Empire? The last days in Tychon, it was all a blur, but he guarded my escape. He bought me time to get away. There was a horde trying to get to his shop, taking all of his armor, all of the weapons that were available, and it was his sacrifice is why I'm alive today. I'm sure you would wish it was the other way, and there are days that I do as well.
You're not going to do this favor for me for free. What do you want in return?
What more can I ask of you than that you're even standing here talking to me? You have every reason to slap me and walk away and never speak to me again. Anything short of that, and I owe you.
You know I do more than a slap.
Yes. Nearly broke my jaw last time I saw you.
And I was only a mere teenager then.
You should know that I've tried to contact Grail more recently, but I can't find him anywhere. I'm not sure if he's even still alive or in this part of the world, but he doesn't matter. I know Mason would have been proud of the woman you've become. I know I feel proud to have a daughter like you.
That music cue is awesome.
Yeah, it was alright.
I'm a wizard.
I'm the wizard.
It's like in Truman Show, if you've seen that, and crescendo.
Yeah, and crescendo.
That movie rules.
Yeah.
So Layla's she was looking at the water. Now she's sort of side-eyeing you, seeing if you'll meet her gaze, or if you just trying to gauge your emotional state. If you're angry, if you're receptive.
Versailles is pretty much expressionless at this point.
How dare you steal my bit?
She learned from the best.
She'd say, I will go speak to Lord Killian and I will see what I can do. I'll be as persuasive as I need to be, daughter. She would
and
turn.
Keep your hands off my friends.
Yes, if you can.
You're after the goblin.
Yeah, seeing how strong you are, I don't think I want to tangle with the others any more than I want to tangle with you.
Good night.
Good night, Versailles. And you'd see Layla walk away, and she's going to go up the stairs. And at some point, the folks on the bottom floor, would see her emerge again, but that'll be in a moment or two. So, where shall we check in next? Leg, are you available, or should we pause to see what Safeguard might be doing?
I mean, he'd probably be going downstairs at this point.
Okay. So you've walked in the front door, and you would head down the stairs to the bottom floor.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Where is Octavian right now? You were on the balcony and or the deck.
Yeah, and I went back into the main area. I don't know if I would have run into Safeguard or not.
Okay. So Safeguard, you would be coming down the stairs. You'd see some servants cleaning up after dinner. You would see a lizard folk female with some clothes on. With a brown sort of vest over sort of like a white fluffy shirt, and she's just eating. As you would, I think you'd see B. B, are you standing there by the door?
By the door?
Are you right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the first thing you'd see, Safeguard, would be Beatrice standing there, and looking outside, you might catch a glimpse of Ren standing next to a dead body.
Oh, lovely.
The rail.
Probably, this time, you might hear Ren say, "We can take the body now, throw it in the fucking river."
And these two people,
I would
indeed.
I would probably go up to. Sorry, Safeguard would probably go up to somebody who's like cleaning up after dinner, and ask them if they have any leftovers.
I was the one who cleaned up from dinners.
Were there any leftovers?
I didn't take anything, so yeah, probably everything.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Long day today.
You wouldn't believe.
Yeah. And I would probably just sit down for a little bit.
Excellent. Safeguard, there certainly would be various footmen around, clearing things up. So if you needed any refreshments, you could certainly ask. And you would see the bard, Kaldak, who you know reasonably well, packing up their instruments.
I would like raise my voice but not shout at Kaldak, and I would say, "Oh, you. How was your day?"
Ah! Safeguard, welcome back. You missed quite a dinner party.
That's quite unfortunate. I see that that dinner party ended in someone dying.
Ah, your friend Lucan. I mean, that.
Thank you.
Yes, that Dragonborn. Let me think for a minute.
Hello?
Yes.
It is me.
Yes. Lucan just got all the blood out of the carpets. Did a wonderful job.
Well, I'm sad I missed the show.
Gosh, would you like me to play you something, or I can have them bring you something to eat?
Oh, I mean, can't really eat.
Yeah, I mean, would he know if you take any refreshment at all, or not really?
Not really.
Okay.
Unless he is like, I don't know. Unless he has like oil, I don't know. I imagine your day has been long. I don't think I need you to play me anything. I think I'll just enjoy the atmosphere.
That's just as well, because I'm very tired. I think I'm turning in for the evening. I'll see you tomorrow, I hope.
I hope so too.
And Kaldak would take his leave. He has all his
Rest
instruments.
easy, friend.
And he disappears up the stairs.
Awesome. Safeguard would go AFK.
Okay.
Kind of just observing what's going around. And not really giving a shit about the dead body in the corner.
Yeah, you would see two pirate-looking fellows drag it out. And it looks like Ren is supervising. Ren, it looks like you've come back in the room.
Yeah, I guess as they're leaving, I was like, you enjoy sharing a boat with Rip and Tear?
You're asking Scale?
No, I'm asking these two fucks.
Oh.
Where do you think they're taking the body?
Yeah. The male one says, they scare us.
Yeah, you're goddamn right they do.
But the coin is good.
Make sure you sleep with one eye open or you might be missing a foot in the morning.
A foot?
I mean, if they want an appetizer, otherwise you might miss the whole leg.
And the girl says,
Ren's just gonna walk away.
she says, I didn't know they collected feet. And they're just nervously going back and forth as you come back inside.
Quite the show of aggression there, Ren.
Oh, you mean the man I murdered or my interaction with those two out there?
Yes.
Oh. Well, I didn't know that you did that. Good execution.
Yeah.
I don't know what they did, but
You should tell that to Ren. Ayo. Sorry. Good ex.
Scale would say, I'll let you two catch up. I'm going to have a word with my crew. And she sort of smiles.
Have fun breaking the news to Bedrock.
She sort of looks down, gives you a nervous look, adjusts her new captain's hat, and she's going to step outside.
I just want to check, because... Okay, because, yeah, so on the Sunder, Bedrock and Scale had the same rank.
Okay.
Yeah, but Bedrock isn't there to claim the title.
Well, he may very well
But Rock is a Goliath and could literally break her in two.
Yeah.
I must break you.
We get there, there's another new captain.
Yeah.
What
Well,
happened?
I'm
I
just
don't care.
This one wants to throw hands.
Ren would kind of sit down and just finally take a decom. Well, the Sunder came upon us and the crew surrendered. I didn't. I had a couple kitchen knives and I fought back, and in the scuffle I took the devil's eye. Which he didn't appreciate, but the captain thought it was funny, and he liked my go-getting attitude. Decided to make me part of the crew. So Devil didn't quite like me from the start. And being first mate had many opportunities to make my life hell. Scale actually helped a lot in that. To keep him from doing something too terrible.
That's always nice to hear.
So, as I said, I was...
Hopefully she could find Tyr.
I think she better hope Tyr doesn't find her.
Oh boy, I mean, with what you've told me about her, you're fucking right. You're damn right.
I'm not sure I'm too far ahead of her in that aspect, but at least I'm making an effort, I guess.
Actions speak louder than words, Ren.
How does Tyr feel about killing a murderer?
In what case? The case where the justice system doesn't do its job?
I guess the case where no one's capable of stopping the devil. You know what I mean?
Well, then I think you did the right thing. And I would think so does Tyr.
That's as good as I'm going to get. So I'll take it.
You're very welcome.
Where have you been all day?
Spreading the good word of Tyr, of course.
Find any listeners?
A few.
Good. Just be careful with all that's going on in Hannon. Some people may not be too excited to hear about Tyr, especially in these other lands.
I mean, sometimes we speak of the Vigilant and how Tyr is not on the throne. At least as they quote.
Good. Do you plan on coming with us? I believe we're leaving soon.
I was actually going to ask about that. I mean, I assume so. Obviously my job was to find Ethelind, and I've done that, but you guys seem to be with her. Sorry. Adney.
Yes. And you have her trust, so you'll have mine.
I'm glad to have your trust. Though, I mean, with what you've told me, it seems odd that I trust that coming from a thief.
A pirate. Reformed. Different than a thief.
I guess.
We have
Thievery is involved.
just thievery on the sea. It's different.
I guess so, and who's really to say whether that's moral or not?
You know, sometimes we want it more, and that's all, you know?
Yeah. I like how you think.
I'm glad you'll be coming with.
Frankly, I really can't wait to put every single one of the Vigilant at the end of my lance.
How did you replace yourself with someone even worse for Lucan?
You're not a vigilant.
He takes a lot of things into his own hands. He has a private army.
So does Ren. Ren just murdered a motherfucker.
Sure, but you had reasons, and also he was a criminal. Lucan just does horrible things.
All a matter of context.
Well,
Exactly. That's like literally what our conversation was about.
yeah. A lot of them might deserve it, but maybe not all. Some of them are probably just stupid, ignorant racists, and ass kicking might be in order, but maybe they don't all have to die.
Of course, that would be crude. I mostly meant that in hyperbole.
Good. Definitely have to kill that archivist motherfucker, though.
Oh boy. I hope he enjoys being stomped into the ground by the Winged Terror.
What's the Winged Terror?
We
my
killed that
horse.
thing.
No, you didn't.
We killed one of them.
Oh wait, yeah, we did. You guys did.
It was me, Austin.
The Winged Terror is the metal thing you've seen in the stable. My horse. Built-in pet with me.
Does it actually have wings?
Yeah, wings on the back.
Gee.
Not like flying wings,
Oh,
but
okay. Just it drank a Red Bull.
yeah, drank a Red Bull. Like out of character, it's like okay,
They listened
you
to
know
too much Sabaton.
exactly. That's what I was going for. It's like the wings on the like back of cavaliers who rode in the winged hussars. But instead of them being on safeguard, they're on the horse.
And how can you listen to too much Sabaton? That's my question.
Gotcha.
When I was writing this character's backstory, that's all I was listening to.
Nothing wrong with that.
Because I had the concept, and I was like, "Well, now I need to know what his deal is."
Yeah, we'll make sure he gets his. Well, I've had an exciting night, and I kind of abruptly sent Adney to the room before murdering a motherfucker, so I should probably go check on her.
That would probably be a good idea. I'll leave you to that.
Probably give her.
You give me your trust. I give you you give me your trust. I give you mine.
Good night, and I'll see you in the morning.
I will see you also in the morning. And Safeguard, after Ren leaves, would kind of say under his breath, like, "Oh, Tyr saved the queen."
Ren would pop in at the jeweler to see if he was ready.
Oh, sure. As you walk in, you would see him sort of working away, and he would say, Master Ren, almost complete. I was just getting ready to turn in, but another few minutes I could probably be done this evening."
If it wouldn't be trouble, might as well get it done and over with.
Yes, could I get you a drink while you're waiting? I could summon Nigel.
No. I don't need a drink.
He went to pick up a little bell on the desk, and then all right, and he places it down, and he takes his hammer and his his little small I don't know how you make jewelry. I don't know. He takes his little jeweler's tools, and he's working away. And he's just a moment. Bring your wrist here. I'll make sure that the sizing is proper. And he'll measure your wrist. It looks like it is pretty accurate. He would say, if you're ready, I can connect the pieces.
Go ahead.
Okay. So he would put the first one on your wrist, and you'd see him connect the little links, and he would take a very small little tool, which appears to have a red hot tip, and he sort of just touches it. He's touching it, and it's sort of melting, and he's touching it, and he's smoothing it out. And when he's done, it looks like nothing had ever happened. It's a perfectly sort of welded, I guess, surface. It looks like it was just like all the others. And he says, is it your liking, sir? It's still a bit malleable if you'd like any adjustments.
No, it's good, just how it should be.
Good. And he would do the other one the exact same way.
Thank you for your craftsmanship. It's greatly appreciated.
Please tell your friends. I am always glad to help friends of a loyal customer.
Ron tip. Here. For such a job well done, I'm appreciative, and I'll give him 5 gold.
Ah, excellent. And Ren can add 2 platinum bracelets.
And one thing I was going to say is, it is not lost on Ren that he had been abstaining from alcohol for a long time, and the first night he actually drinks and has some rum, has to fucking kill someone.
That'll teach him.
I mean, I call that coincidence more than I'd call that something bad. Call it on the alcohol.
Oh, it's pure coincidence, but it's just...
I know.
Everybody has their superstitions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he particularly doesn't drink because shit can go down at any moment. He figures, well, this seems like a safe enough place. Oh, never mind.
Serves you right. Or whatever they say in frickin' AA.
They don't say serves you right.
I don't know. Hey, I've
That's
never
terrible.
been. Sorry. I mean, I don't know. I'll have to talk to my counselor next time I go to a meeting.
Yes.
You just go into a AAA meeting like, "Hi, my name is Ellis. I've been an alcoholic for 3 years." Yeah, serves you right.
Wait, a AAA meeting? They go.
Oh wait, no, AA.
Sir, we're here to change your
AA.
tire.
Sir, you should be drinking and driving.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, this is the wrong meeting then.
You know, I have a morbid, like a weird fact to share actually about drunk driving. Did you know that in the state of Washington, it takes you getting caught 5 times for it to be felony drunk driving?
Interesting.
5 times.
That seems like 4 too many.
Yeah, should be the first.
It should be the first.
Yeah.
Well, there's not much else to do in Washington, apparently, so...
Go drunk driving for fun in Washington.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't want to get into a big thing, but I know someone who's okay, but this week was hit by someone who was high on cocaine and jumped a curb and went up on the sidewalk.
Oh, not fun.
No, they were. It was satisfying to see them find them and arrest them on live television.
Ellis was holding the camera.
I didn't mean to bring down the group, but yeah, as we were talking about driving.
No, it's totally fine.
Yeah, it seemed on topic.
It's on point.
It's kind of my fault though. So.
Should we go to me?
Yes, I believe we've been paused for quite a while. Thank you for your patience, Lucien.
I just, I know everyone else had much more important stories than I did.
I think all the stories are important.
Ellis, though. He thinks that of everybody's stories.
I don't know about that. I think the depressed necromancer who's just walking around isn't that great of a story at the moment.
I'm a boy, and I am a boy who is sad. I am a sad boy.
The sad boy hour.
And I also summon undead, but that's neither here nor there.
Hey, look,
Who's
everybody needs a
counting?
hobby.
So he would walk out onto the balcony, and I'm gonna guess spot her and her in her usual spot.
Yes, yeah, she's in her spot. She's looking out at the mountains, and you would see that there are two vials that look like they would have contained a tincture that are empty on the table, and she is sipping a glass of wine and has a carafe on the table.
He would give a slight bow. Good evening, madam.
And she sort of goes to stand and she says, "Lucien, is there anything I can do? Is there a problem downstairs?"
He will wave. He will wave her. No, no, no. Stay sitting. I came specifically to see you. No, there's nothing going on downstairs. I hope.
So, so much unpleasantness. It's mortifying. We've never had an event end so disgracefully.
No comment.
Hmm.
I can't say that I've ever seen one end that way. Uh,
We've had fights before, but usually the participants have the courtesy to take it outside of the manor.
well, no worries about the mess. I personally cleaned it up. I went a drop of blood and not a wine stain on the floor. You have no worries on that.
That will be a great comfort to Nigel. He works far too hard, as you probably have observed.
He deserves a raise in all fairness. But that's neither here nor there. I came to see you because I had heard that you had had headaches and other issues. I find myself a bit of a medical expert and would like to see if I can take a look and see if I can maybe help you.
Thank you for the subleg. Yes, indeed. Fawe would sort of say, "Oh, there's really no need. I'm fine, but I appreciate your concern very much."
It's no charge, and I ask for nothing in return. Just simply a checkup, if you would.
She sighs deeply, and she would say, "Very well. Perhaps you could bring me some relief."
At the very least, I can bring you some more alcohol to enjoy with you.
She said, "I would be glad for the company."
With that, he will reach into his bag, pull out one of the medical kits, which probably won't be helpful in this situation, but pull out anyways, and also the jug.
Ah.
And do you want me to do like a medical check or something?
Whatever you're doing.
Medical check
Sure.
with a 16.
Yeah, so, giving her a once-over, there's nothing really medically that you can spot wrong with her. I would say I feel like you might if you're doing anything specific, you could describe what you're doing because you're not going to get like her blood pressure. You know what I mean? So if there's anything
No,
particular,
I
she has
like
no
check
obvious
her eyes,
injuries. Okay.
check her eyes, make sure they're dilated. Check for any like visual pain or any visual like marks or anything around her head. Poke certain points like the temple or anything, see if it brings any sort of pain. I'm not a great medical person. I'm just doing what I think.
Absolutely. Yeah. So her eyes, her pupils are a bit dilated, and you would notice, as you touch her temple, she'd sort of wince a bit. She closes her eyes and she says, "Ah."
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah.
Out of character, I have no idea what that is. In character, probably. He has proficiency in medicine. So I can tell that there's something wrong with her head. The only other thing I can think of is either an arcane check to see if there's anything magical, or an investigation to see if I can find any source of the damage. But if it's inside, the only thing I can think of is arcane.
Sure. She would sort of explain. She'd say, I think it's just the stress of the job. We're doing so much, and with the war in the South, there's just only so much we can do. There's only so many people that we can help. And lately there have been children coming who have been displaced. And we're just trying to give them a roof and a hot meal, and we can reunite them with their families, or if not, we can only take so many in, as you understand. Mother Daragon's been so generous having turned her manor into a place of respite for the disaffected, but I wish we could do more. There's so much more we could do if we had the resources.
You said that you were. You said that you were also magically inclined, or a magical tutor,
Yes, I know.
arcane.
Not your skills by any means, Hussein, but I do know a few spells, mostly healing, and I would call myself a very well-studied herbalist.
Well, if it is stress, then I'd recommend that you lay off the job for at least a day or two. Otherwise, you might find yourself coughing up blood sometime soon.
Lay off what, did you say?
Lay off the job. Just
Oh.
like take a day or so and just take light work or no work.
My students.
I doubt they'll mind an extra free day or two.
She'd say yes. I think a vacation would be nice. I have and she sort of stops for a minute. She says, "There's a friend that I have in Poem would come here on occasion to trade baubles and different alchemical reagents. I would like to see them and rest in the forest for a while. I do love the mountains, but it would be nice to get a change of scenery."
Let's see. I would recommend it more than anything, as this does not seem like it is going to be going away anytime soon if you just let it fester.
I believe you're correct. I've been treating the pain myself, which is it's not constant. It's every few weeks or so it'll get worse and it'll go away for a week or two and it'll come back. And I've found a few treatments, and she gestures to the vials I've been testing on myself. They seem to be middling effectiveness. I'll get it one day.
Can I check out the vials?
Sure.
See if there's anything like strange or something about it.
Sure, yeah, I mean, you could, let me think for a minute. To identify, like, the remnants of a potion, would that be,
I mean, there are various things that could be. It could be investigation
Yeah.
or arcane,
Mm-hmm.
if it is some kind of magical effect.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say either Arcana or Nature.
I'd go with Arcana, because nature is definitely not my specialty.
Yeah, you might be able to, you know what I mean, you could have.
I think I could have rolled one lower.
Yeah, you do notice that you might recognize that it is a potion in the healing category. You know, it appears to be you would notice a lingering scent of nightshade, which you know has properties to reduce pain and swelling and things like that, but nothing overly alarming for you.
Gotcha. With that, he will slide the jug over. Said, "Well, unfortunately, I'm not much of a healer myself, nor do I know of anyone particularly that is a healer in my party, other than possibly the paladin.
Mm-hmm.
But
So I really don't want to. I don't want to trouble you all. You're our valued guests, so I wouldn't. I hate to.
there's no trouble. It is you are basically giving us free room and board, which is something I have not had for very, very long time. But anyways, and he will offer her the jug, or offer to pour her a jug. I'll have a drink with you, at the very least.
Oh, thank you so much.
If she offers her cup, he will pour out some wine for her.
Yes, indeed.
I must ask, though, are you what kind of magical person are you? Are you a wizard like myself, or are you... And he'll, like, gesture randomly throughout the air.
She would say, my magical abilities came to me naturally at a younger age.
Sorcerer, got it.
Although I've studied very hard to perfect my potion making.
What about the good lady, the good mother? Is she a sorcerer too?
Mother Daragon.
Yes.
I've never thought to ask. She's just mother.
Well, I can tell that she is magically inclined, and now the thought crossed my mind of the fiend part.
I don't know if Octavian said that out loud.
He did.
Oh, he told you? Okay.
I told you that.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
told you not to panic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and but now this is like starting to slowly click into place of she might just be a warlock.
I see what you're getting at.
She's not possessed and she's not a fiend. She had a touch of fiend, which means warlock.
Maybe, yeah.
Especially since she was casting spells that were ineffectual, to say the least.
Hmm.
But he would not give any outward, like, response of that. Well, I saw that she definitely knows some magic. I thought I could maybe offer something to help you in your room and board, but if none of you are magically inclined, in my respect, I can't really offer to copy this specific spell into a spell book.
She would say, "Oh, I know you might be leaving tomorrow. It's too bad because we would have liked to. There are many here who would have liked to learn from you. I know there's at least one person staying here who I've seen writing in a spell book. I don't think that they have been studying long. They're very young, but
Have I seen them?
I don't think you have. No.
Hmm.
I mean, you would have seen children running about during the day. Half a dozen or so here and there. Various ages,
Well,
between I'd say, not like
35 and
not
35 and 5.
not like toddlers, yeah, like preteens, teens in that area.
He would put his book on the table and say, if this person does read from a book, I can offer them a spell that may be very helpful to you and your mother.
Ah.
And if they cast it non-stop every day for a year, it will become permanent.
She looks and she says, you're speaking of a circle of teleportation.
Oh, I could offer that one too.
Which one were you referring to?
Galder's Tower.
Oh, Galder's Tower.
Galder's Tower, thank you.
It's like a
Basically like
big tiny hut, isn't it?
It's like tiny hut, but 2 stories and not protected from anything. It's like just randomly sprouting house.
Tower, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. And if they upcast it, they can add floors. And they can pick what's on the floors.
As you explain it, so do you explain to her what it does?
Yes, I would explain of what the tower does.
Her eyes, she sort of had her left eye sort of mostly closed, looking at you sort of through the right, and at this she opens both. And looks at you and says, "This could be the answer to our problems. I just said I wish we had more space. We could do more. This could change everything for us, Lucette."
The 10-foot tall, 100 square feet. You can make the space empty and add things as you want, or have stuff already inside.
It would take a while, but we could certainly find. Yes.
If they didn't do anything else with their magic and they were of a sufficient level, they could have multiples throughout your property. Of course, I would prefer if you had a teleportation circle here as well. That way I can safely travel back here.
She'd say that would be nice. I know that there's one not far from here. Of course, there's one in the Anatheum in Starin, and I think they have one in Eris Serene as well.
Would you happen to know the sigils for those by any chance?
No, I'm sorry, it's beyond me, but...
He gives a slight shrug at that, and he will like flip through his book and pull out an empty page, and draw out a diagram for a teleportation circle. Just use this one for here if you're going to do it. You will have to probably pay for the ink in order to get these spells into this book, but once they're in, they're in.
She says,
Of course, I could copy it into a separate book if you had one, and paid for it.
Lucan, I don't know how to thank you. This could think of all the people affected by these troubled times that we could give shelter to.
I am not adverse to that. I see lots of these trouble things when I've seen more than my fair share of trouble. I ask for nothing in return. I don't really particularly want anything. I can't think of anything I'd want.
She holds out her glass and she offers to give you a cheers.
He will give a cheers back. Probably also want to teach your butler prestidigitation. I think that'd probably make his life absolutely wonderful.
Did you say that to her?
Yes.
Yeah. She'd say, but then what would Nigel do with all his free time? And she just laughs. She's just kidding around.
Give you a head massage.
Ah. Excellent.
And he will spend a couple hours out there with her and
Excellent.
drink.
I'm sure she'd be grateful for the company.
He doesn't mind a good drinking partner.
No.
Or Versailles.
Yes. And I believe I know Ren's checking in with Adney. I want to make sure Varn and B are we up to anything in particular?
Varn is likely out just wandering about the grounds, taking pot shots at whatever the fuck moves.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you're looking for something in particular.
No, he's not. He's just wandering around practicing with his crossbow. Now that he's got that. Whatever it's called.
Raise our glasses to cheer. We immediately get a crossbow bolt shot through them.
I know.
The fuck?
I win!
Varn, do you want to roll either nature or perception?
Sure.
It's very dark.
Varn's not paying attention.
Yeah,
he's got dark vision, but it doesn't honestly matter. He's just not. He's just wandering around, shooting at shit at random.
Yeah.
He's just messing around, basically, just practicing with the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Now that he's gone and modified it, he's basically just messing with it, seeing what it's capable of, and going from there.
Excellent. And
so yeah, there's no real perk or hindrance to it.
Okay. So B, you would have seen the Warforged, who you met previously, the previous day, arrive, exchange words with Ren, and you would have also seen Layla sort of hurry into the lounge area. Looked as though she had a purpose. And now I think Safeguard is just enjoying the peace and quiet at the moment.
I think I think Bee would like to make her way to the kitchen, if there is a kitchen that I could head to, and I'd really like to talk to the head chef.
Yes, back up just off the breakfast room. If you remember where you had breakfast, there is that's where you would have seen the chef go earlier that morning. You would know that that's where he would be.
Yeah, I would love to look for this chef in the kitchen.
Great. So you would open that door, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. Opening the door, you would see what looks like a butler's pantry with a kitchen beyond it.
Ooh. I'll walk in, and I'll say, "Hello, is there anyone in here?"
Who's
I
that?
just had a. Oh well, my name's B. I'm one of the patrons here. I just wanted to come in and talk to the chef who's responsible for making such yummy, delicious food for us today.
Oh, thank you. I'm just washing up. And you see him, he's scrubbing out pots. There's soap everywhere, and he's just cleaning up. And he'd say, I'm glad you liked it. Do you cook?
I'm quite the cook myself. I won't lie, but honestly, I'm more of a. Well, my cooking style's a little different from other people's cooking styles. I won't lie. I use a lot of dirt in my cooking. It doesn't make it taste very good, but I wanted to come in and see how you made some of this food, especially some of that pudding. Man, whatever that was, sure was a lot better than dirt.
As you were saying that, you had a certain way to cook, it looked like he was going to reach for a pen and a bit of scroll, and then you say dirt, and he sort of pauses, and he just puts the pen down.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He's just not going to write down the dirt recipe.
Oh, I see.
And he'd say, sure.
It's secretly Oreos.
Monmo can show you some of Monmo's recipes.
Alright, well, great. You mind if I write some of these down, take some notes, learn from an excellent chef like yourself?
He sort of looks up at you and says, some of Monmo's recipes are family secrets, but you're so nice. I'll show you one or two.
Yes. Awesome. Yes. I already breezed past family secrets.
Yeah.
Beal say, well, honestly, Monmo, or Chef Monmo, I should say. Sorry, Chef. Let's just say, by the end of this cooking session, you and I will be pretty close like family, so don't you worry about them family secrets. I'll share some of mine to help balance out the secret giving.
You have any recipes with no dirt?
I got a few that don't require any dirt. I have some that make dirt taste good.
Okay. He's very skeptical, and he would proceed to show you first the recipe for the bread pudding.
Awesome.
You can add to your inventory Monmo's recipe, and then he would ask from the other. Yeah, he would ask you from the other courses if there was anything that you particularly liked. I think I could go back.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh no.
I was just gonna say, I was just a really big fan of that bread. I don't know how y'all make that stuff. Woo, it's good. It's like a rock, but it's soft, and you can eat it. That's good stuff.
You don't have bread where you're from?
No, not really. We just eat whatever the land provides. So, rocks, dirt. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. I don't know who the fuck that was. Weird.
He'd say, "Well, you take water, and then he pulls out a little vial, and there's like a strange liquid in it, and he says, "This yeast, little things make burpee bubbles, honey, and then you put in flour," and he takes out the big thing of bread flour, and he opens it up, and he scoops some out and shows you the bread flour, and he says, "You just stir together." You want Monmo write this down for you?
No. No. B would actually be sorry. I was trying to remember how to spell the word recipe. I don't think I spelled it right. Because I'm trying to enter the item into my inventory.
Oh, I don't think it actually is a thing. I mean,
yeah, but you can create a custom item that'll do it.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're better.
Yeah.
I would just go to like inventory, like miscellaneous. You can just type stuff.
Yeah,
in there.
it was just
Under notes.
add custom item, and I just wrote out the word
Okay.
Chef Monmo's recipe.
That's great. You know what? It might come in handy. Who knows?
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
go and create a freaking rolling restaurant here,
Yeah.
a food cart,
Yeah,
and now we just need somebody to go and make sandwiches.
Yes.
We'll be all good.
we're gonna have like a hot dog cart that we use to sneak in to any place that we need to get into. Don't worry, hot dog cart.
Yeah. This is what we need.
Suspicious about this hot dog cart. Everybody comes out from the inside. It's genius.
We're a legitimate business, you see.
We have legitimate products.
And then he would say, mix in 3 tablespoons butter, melted, more honey and salt. Stir in 2 cups wheat flour, and then you put dough on work surface, but sprinkle flour on counter first, or else dough stick.
Yeah, B's writing all of this down.
Right, and then you knead the dough until it starts to pull away from the counter, adding more wheat flour if necessary. Dough should be tacky to touch, but not sticky.
Wow,
Ellis.
this is really descriptive stuff.
Placing
Ellis,
grease
get off
bowl.
of good housekeeping.
I'm on allrecipes.com. Grease 3 9 by 5 inch loaf pan. All right. So he would describe the rest of the process and say, in the morning I'll make a whole loaf just for you. Take with you.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Now, one quick question before we go on to another family recipe. What were all of those ingredients other than water?
I knew it. I knew it.
To be expected.
Yeah, he would show
I did
you.
all the calculations, but man, am I bad at math.
Yeah.
Playing flour,
I
but
know.
flour doesn't make for a lot of good food, I've learned.
He would explain the flour. He'd
Right.
explain, how wheat grows, and you've got to put it in a mill with a milling wheel, and you got to grind it. He's trying to explain
Yeah,
it to
of
you, but
course.
we're not sure how
When
much.
he said,
Yeah,
when
no.
he said
We
flour,
don't need to go through all of it.
Yeah.
when he said flour, all I imagine is B's mind going and saying, "But what kind of flour? There's so many."
Yeah. I know it. And then trying to explain honey. I mean, you'd probably know what honey is. There's plenty of bees.
Oh,
in
I would know.
Daragon.
I would know like honey,
Yeah, you'd know
and
honey.
water.
Honey and
Anything
water.
that would come like naturally.
Yeah.
That you would find in a forest, 100%.
Yeah. Butter, no way.
Yeah, I don't know what yeast is. Never
So
even
first
heard
you-
of that.
No.
First,
Thought
feed a
that was
cow.
How do you even get like wild yeast? I don't know. You got to put something like on your windowsill or something with a wet towel. I don't know. I've heard something about it. Great. So Monmo would indeed tell you. Yeah, so you would know his recipes for both bread pudding and fresh baked bread. How much of it B could replicate remains to be seen.
Yeah. But that'll be B's thing right now.
Monmo would ask you, could you help Monmo for 1 minute? And he hands you a towel and say, you dry these pots.
Well, yeah, of course. I'll do anything to help. You've been so kind as to let me learn from your wise and generous shadow. I might as well pull my own weight around here, right?
He's going to go get a little stool, and he's going to run it over and put it in front of you, B, and he's going to step up on it, reach up with his hand, which has like bread flour on it, and he's going to just pat your cheek and say, Monmo, thank B.
Oh, it's no trouble. And I'm gonna pat him. I'll give him like a pat on the shoulder, but I think I'm gonna do it a little bit too hard. Maybe like knock him off the stool. Oh, sorry.
Roll unarmed attack.
Strike.
Yeah. Oh, you knock him.
Right.
You knock him right down. You better. I'm not gonna. Oh no.
Monmo is bloody.
Yeah, he just falls down, and he says, "Ow."
Oh, sorry about that. Here. I pick him up by the shoulder, start like brushing him off, dusting him. Like, oh, sorry. Little strong. Don't really know my own strength.
You dry pot. Monmo, sit here for a minute. You see Monmo, he kind of drags himself up, and he's gonna sit in one of the chairs in the middle here. You can tell this is where the staff takes their family meal.
Yeah. Monmo needs an icy hot.
Yeah. Monmo need Excedrin.
Yeah, and I'll just be dragging the pot.
Excellent. As Monmo and B are finishing cleaning up, before we check in with Ren and Adney, are we forgetting anybody? Anyone have anything?
Nope.
Okay, we're gonna check in.
I could. Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead, Lieutenant.
I was gonna say, well, after probably a little while, he would excuse himself.
Yeah. And Ren, you would enter the room, I assume. Yeah, you would see Adney sitting on the edge of the bed, sort of dangling her feet. Her hands are kind of in her lap, and she, as you enter, she kind of looks up. She kind of just looks up at you, and you can see that she's upset.
Oh, I was wondering, just I don't know if you care, if you pity for a reason. Would we be able to change Devil's weapon to a rapier instead? Just him being like a rogue, I think that'd make a little more sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's your creation, so sure.
Okay.
I feel like Quen owns the market on rapiers, but I'll let it go.
Sure. Rona kind of like walk in and just kind of set the weapon down there.
She looks up and says, "What's that?"
Rona kind of like turn this chair so it faces the bed and kind of have a seat, and kind of like really like slump down into the seat, and like close his eyes for a few, like a moment or so.
Still in her dress, you know, she hops off the bed, and she says, "Ren, what's the matter? What's happened? Are you all right?"
I don't know. I've told you a few nights ago, while we were in the Vera Wood, where I come from, what the boat I was on, the things that I did.
Yes, but that was long ago.
But things don't stay away forever. The lizard folk who came in, she was one of the boatswains on the Sunder. And the tiefling that came in at the end, he was the first mate.
Yeah, she didn't see him, but she'd say, the crew that's meant to protect us they're from the Sunder.
Yes, they're on, obviously a new boat now. But,
well, they must be arrested. We have to call someone. We have to do something.
About that. When I saw Devil, the first mate, he had to be dealt with.
But did you call the gods?
Renault kind of like leaned forward, like remove his short sword from his belt.
The captain's vengeance?
Yes. And he'll kind of like toss it on like the ground. Mm-hmm. Like, no. Dealt with.
Ren, did you kill him?
I did.
She just sort of takes a deep breath in.
I only told you a few of the things that were on that boat. He was a monster.
devil was.
Yes. And Scale, the lizard folk. She wasn't. So I didn't kill her. Her and I talked for a bit. And I don't know. I never, even when I blew up the boat, I didn't want to hurt her. There was just no option.
I should say, I'm sure you did what you had to.
I feel I did. There are a few others on their boat from the Sunder. Some definitely deserve what the devil got, but I don't think I'll get the chance for that.
Oh, but Ren, does Mother Daragon know what happened? I think we should tell her.
Oh, I did it right in front of her.
You killed him in the dining hall.
I mean, he walked in the door. What was I to do?
I don't know. Ask him to step outside. I don't know. I wasn't there. I was sent to bed.
Yes, I had hoped. I knew Scale was there. I had hoped to follow her and catch her before they got to their boat and talk to her. The devil showed up.
I suppose it's better that I wasn't there. I rather didn't like being sent to bed like a child, but I understand now.
I know. I apologize for that. I know I've been encouraging you to get more involved, and I felt wrong doing it, but this was very personal.
I hate to say would prefer not to see you like that, if I don't have to.
I don't know. I'm not often like that. I truly avoid taking life when I can.
So, I mean,
When I saw the devil, I don't know. I had no choice.
I understand. Is our hostess all right with everything? Have you spoken to her?
Oh, she's terribly upset. But I don't know.
And what of Lord Killian? Are we to leave in the morning?
I guess that news was given to me after the fact. But I believe so. I hope so.
Well, I mean, yes, I rather think it's up to us when we choose to leave, but I know that there is some urgency.
I'm certainly glad to make haste, although I'm not sure about being escorted by my former crew members.
I mean, with the group we have, we don't need much protection, do we?
No, definitely not.
We'd probably tell Lord Killian that we appreciate it, but to have his ruffians escort another ship, he probably has numerous trade vessels that need protection far more than we do.
I very much like that suggestion. It's been a long couple hours. I was thinking we've been trying to find a weapon for you. Better than a staff. How would you feel about holding the legendary pirate devil's weapon? And he kind of glances over to the rapier that's on the table.
Oh, I'm getting a rapier after all. Yay. Her eyes go wide, and she looks over at it, and she says, are we quite certain it's not cursed? This devil fellow seems an unsavory sort.
I mean, very unsavory. He was a swashbuckling type, but no, I certainly can't imagine it was. If it make you feel better, we can have Lucan look at it before we use it.
No, I mean, if you think it's safe, I think, and she would sort of reach out for it.
Yeah, right. I'm right. I'm on stopper.
And so she sort of picks it up and she brandishes it a bit. It's a bit heavier than what she's been using, you know, but she would certainly seem comfortable with it and say it's. I can't imagine what this blade has done, but perhaps I can do some good with it.
Use it to protect people instead of otherwise. A weapon like that isn't my forte, but I'm sure Safeguard would be able to train you in it.
Ah. Safeguard. Yes. Are they back? We haven't seen
They
them
are.
today.
They returned. Just missing the excitement, so to speak. I spoke with them for a little while, and I believe they agreed to come with us. I much expected them to, but it's good to have the confirmation.
Mm-hmm. She would say, well, I'd rather like to find out if we are leaving in the morning, but perhaps Octavian would know, or one of the others.
I wasn't involved in any business discussions.
I suppose they'll tell us when we need to know. Ren, I was busy with something while I was up here, you know.
Oh?
It was something Aylis said about... Something Aylis told me earlier about the... Well, about the Capfeather Chronicles, that curious newspaper.
Sure.
She told me that this Sir Quiverful is trying to pass coded messages back and forth between members of the Black Veil. Something that my mother would do when we were younger. We would play different word games, and we would sometimes find secret codes. We could pass messages back and forth. I thought perhaps I could study it and try to learn something.
Yeah, I remember her saying that. Did you have luck?
Yeah. So she says she holds it out, and she's going to show you the way that Sir Quiverful put the message, and she's going to show you how interpreted a different way. She says, "If I'm not sure if I've got it right, but see this here," and she's circled certain words, and it says 5 more missing. She says, "I don't know what it means, but it's perhaps I'm imagining it, but it looks like there's something hidden in there."
Could be. I mean, I'm no simpleton, but this is not something we did a lot of in the pirate world.
No, I've heard of thieves' cant. Didn't pirates have anything similar?
No, we mostly just said "R" and called each other fuckers.
Ren, please.
I keep telling you need to swear more.
I'll try.
Good.
I'll try to say a damn swear.
You're well on your way. I think there could be something to what you found. Perhaps speak to Aylis. She might have more of the past issues of this Quiverful fellow, and maybe you can find a pattern.
Well, she told me that apparently she's been here for quite a few weeks or even months. I'm not sure, but she told me that she's after a day or two she's destroying them because apparently they're a little bit of contraband. There's some here, but she said in the morning we can expect one in the morning, and I can see if it's something that we can count on or not. Perhaps we can say just long enough for breakfast, and I can check in the morning. Yeah. Yeah. The letter on your bed, it says, Octavian. It says, haven't we rather forgotten to do something? And it's signed E.M.
E.M.
E.M. Yeah.
Trying to think. E.M.'s. Would that history be able to give me anything on EM? Because I myself am drawing a blank. I also might be not thinking of like how a pronunciation on some people's names might work. I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, I don't think you've got anything on that. I think I think Octavian would probably be a bit perplexed.
Crumple it up, throw it in the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever that was from.
What was the pen name again?
EM.
No, the pen name on the.
Sir Quiverful.
Okay, gotcha. Never mind.
Yes.
What is the name of the? What's the queen's name? Adney's mother.
Aelswith.
Mm-hmm.
Aelswith. That starts with an A, so that would be her. EM. It's not near A, unless she has a different name that she hasn't told us. What were the names of the? So we have Ambassador Silquin.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the leader of the Children of Ix?
Baelite.
Baelite. Okay, never mind. I'm just trying to remember some of the people we run into.
Yeah.
The only person I can think of that's like, oh, haven't you forgotten something? Is Nire. But EM doesn't match that. Unless she has a different name that she goes by to the public.
Yeah, the only other alias that she's used is the Curator.
Yeah, the Curator, yeah. And do we know the name of the Archivist?
You don't.
Only ever seen him, though.
Yeah, that's right. I'm thinking Safeguard might know it. His real name.
Name of the Archivist? Okay.
Possibly.
Well, technically, Octavian doesn't know that Safeguard returned, so...
That's true.
I'll bring it up to the group later.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it doesn't become a problem in 8 hours.
Yeah, I know. So the last thing you saw, obviously, Mother Daragon went in to speak to Lord Killian, try to smooth things over. It looks like Varn was out hunting. B was B was helping the chef clean dishes. Ren's resting. Octavian's resting. Looks like Versailles and Lucien are speaking on the balcony. And it looks like
as we usually do.
Yeah, it looks like the night, which peaked with some excitement, has winded down. And I don't believe there's anybody on the bottom floor to see what's happening. So I believe the night would continue until folks are ready
Am I
for
on the
bed.
bottom floor or the basement?
So down where you are, as you come out there's a hill, so you could run around, up to the main level. You could end up, I don't know if you see this ping, but you could end up over here if you kind of ran up the hill and around.
All right.
From where you
But
are.
I mean, like his rooms, they're on the bottom, the basement flooring.
Yeah, you've been
Correct?
staying. Yeah, yes, on this bottom
Right.
floor. That's where you've been staying.
All right, just checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he would go up to the second or the first floor there if his rooms are in the basement.
And you'd know that
Just linking through the.
Aylis has a room on the first floor that she uses occasionally, or she'll sleep in the wagon, depending on
Okay.
how full the manor is.
I mean, in all honesty, I would imagine that Varn is probably curled up, like, in a corner or something like that. I don't know that he'd sleep in a bed.
Yeah.
I mean, he's small enough, he'd probably sleep on a pillow in a corner.
I could see him sleeping like in a tree, like hanging from a branch.
Probably. Or under the root or something like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's asleep on a branch. One of the twigs is holding his lip open over his teeth.
Probably. But yeah, no, he's basically just out kind of wandering around, and whenever he sees, like, you know, a target of opportunity or whatever, just like a branch that is sticking out where the like a couple of concentric branches are kind of making a loop or something like that, he'd try to go and shoot through that.
Mm-hmm.
Or he'd see like a scuffed piece of bark off of a tree's, not necessarily, well, maybe a bough or the trunk. He'd go and take a shot at that, just to go and kind of get an idea of what kind of things this adjustment to his weapon would go and provide, give him, you know, an idea of what the weapon is, you know, capable of now that it's been altered.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not really going and hunting anything. He's just taking pot shots at targets of opportunity as he's kind of wandering through the woods.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. So with that, the night would wear on, and you'd have the option to check in with anyone or to call it a night.
I mean, Vern will probably go and return by about 2 a.m. or so and call it a night. But
okay.
Apart from that, yeah, he's not really doing much.
Okay. Obviously, Chef Monmo, you know, you'd be done at some point, and he would thank you profusely, and he'd probably head off to bed.
Thank you so much, Chef. My fan just fell. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Thank you so much, Chef. I really appreciate it. I'm so glad I was able to learn so much from you.
Oh, you.
Morning, there's rumors about the two.
Thank you, Beatrice Tree. You're very helpful.
Please, just call me B.
Okay. You call me Monmo.
Okay, Chef Momo. Yes, yes. Oh, I should have mentioned, the entire time she's been working with Monmo, she's just been replying with yes, chef.
Monmo has one question, B, before you go.
Yes, chef.
Monmo, and he gets right up close. He goes, Monmo not know how to ask you this. Where is the lamb sauce?
I was very nervous. Thank you.
God.
I'm sorry, chef. It's
2 minutes, chef.
2 minutes, chef.
I was waiting for him to not continue that line because he just doesn't know how to ask her.
I know.
All right. Well, after that, I'm gonna grab some supplies from the kitchen. I'm gonna take some stuff from the pantry, I think, just a little bit, and I'm gonna head back to my room.
Excellent. With that, is it safe to say folks have headed to bed for the evening? We'll see what the morning brings.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Ren takes long. Does he actually get the long rest and his health back?
As you all turn in for the evening after a very exciting day, quick question for Lusanne before you go to bed. Do you send your men back to their little hut?
Yes. Sorry, was
No,
muted.
no problem. Excellent. And Killian and Layla would certainly head to bed. As the night wears on, there is Ren. There is a knock at the door.
What room? What?
There's a knock at the door, and I don't know if it would wake you right away.
Passive perception's high enough. I think it would.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Probably
Yeah.
wake them before they hit.
There's another knock. Master Ren! Master Ren!
Yes.
Opening the door, you would see Lorelei.
Yes.
And she would say, Ren, you have to come quickly. It's your niece.
Oh Lord, best not be someone needing to catch some hands.
And she would lead you downstairs
Okay.
to the office where you met the jeweler before. And you would see Fawe kneeling down, looking at Adney, who's semi-responsive, and she'd say, Ren, we found her downstairs. She had fallen down. She screamed, and she'd fallen downstairs. We're trying to girl, can you hear me? And she's like, She says, yes. What happened? She says, we found you downstairs. You'd fallen. She says,
You couldn't get back up.
She says, I remember I was looking for Lord Killian downstairs, and I was exploring a bit. I was looking at the tapestries downstairs. I don't remember what happened. And he says, please, let's get her back to bed.
So, and as Ren and Fawe are kind of helping her out, and what did this just happen?
She says, Lorelei woke me, found her downstairs. She was cleaning up, and she'd fallen in one of the storerooms downstairs. And that's where she found her.
So she heard the scream.
Lorelei did, yes. Well, you know where I was.
All right, and there was no one else around.
No, I believe everyone else had gone to bed. Lorelei was just closing up for the night, making sure that all the flames were out and everything had been cleaned up.
But I just wanted to see what time it was to know how much time had passed between when she left and now.
Yeah, I feel like on the grand scheme, you probably would have come up. It felt like close to midnight. Does that feel right to you?
Sure.
Yeah, and it's probably close to 2 right now, so you probably dozed off for a bit, for an hour or so.
So if you're just going down to find Killian, that was a couple hours ago.
It was something. There was a tapestry downstairs, and I went and I touched, and I remember looking at it, and I felt this sharp pain. It was like a terrible headache, and the next thing I knew, I was here, and Lady Fawe did. I don't understand what happened, and she seems very out of it.
Do you have any idea what tapestry she means, Fawe?
I'm happy to show you where Lorelei said she found her. It's just this. We have many tapestries here. I don't know why. What she's. And Fawe just seems very confused, but she says, "I'm more than happy to show you."
Okay, let's get her back to bed. Okay. It was because B was in our room the night before. Is B there at this point?
Yeah, I would be coming in.
Okay. So, would I don't know your past perception be? Would you have been woken by a knock at the door and Ren getting up? It's up to you.
No,
probably not. No, so you're still snoozing.
No.
Do you mind if I just drag you up here?
Yeah.
Cool.
So I guess Ren would want to leave pick up B and leave Adney with Lorelei and B, and then go with Faway to find this tapestry.
This is a castle, and we have many tapestries.
Yeah. Oh, Scottish lord!
Bursting at the seams.
It's amazing. As she's being led upstairs. Ren, you're staying downstairs with Faway for now?
He would help Adney get upstairs.
Okay, and she says,
Then come back.
Ren, I'm fine. I'll just lie down. I just need to close my eyes. I'm sure.
Has to lie down and get some sleep.
As she heads upstairs, she sort of walks over to the bed, and she just kind of falls right on it, and then begins to kind of slide off like a rag doll onto the floor.
I'm gonna kind of catch her and get her out there. Was she in the same nice dress and everything?
Yes. Yeah, she had not changed yet.
Okay, so just get her situated and make sure B's aware and Lorelei's in there, and then come back down to Faway.
Okay. Great. So she's situated. And Faway would take you downstairs and would show you. May I drag you both? Lorelei is going to tend to her. She's got a compress and all this, and she's going to take you downstairs, and she's going to say, I believe it was right here. And she would show you into this room. She'd say, right here, there's some, this is like the butler's corridor, and you'd see that there's a very nice stateroom down at one end, and there's what looks like more storage down this end. I'll actually, let me just reveal the whole thing here. It's a big map. And she would say, she was right here. And she would open, she'd open this door and step in, and she'd say, she'd have no reason to be back here. I don't know what, this is just where we keep extra storage and things, and there's different boxes and things like that.
That's what's puzzling. Do you know what tapestry she was speaking of?
You would see that there were some on this wall. I mean, they're all over, but there was some on this wall, and you'd see that in this room there are certainly some that are in storage, a few that are rolled up, and you would see various crates and barrels.
Okay, Ren doesn't know much about weird stuff, but he's gonna just look over at every one of them very intently to see if he notices anything strange, anything arcane, if he gets a weird feeling from any of them.
Yeah. You want to roll an investigation? Okay, cool. With a 15, the first thing you notice, Ren, is that some of the boxes look like they've been here a while. Some of them look fresher, and you'd see marks from a port that you recognize from Hannon, actually. And also with that 15, you would notice that there are some boxes that look like they've been moved back and forth. There's some marks on the floor.
And how often do people come in here?
Some of the footmen keep extra things here. This is really just a storage room. I'm not even in here very often myself. This really should be of no concern. And she's just sort of looking with you. She's looking through the boxes, and she's moving things around to see if she can find anything.
I mean, is there anything that looks like it's been touched within the day?
Yeah, like I said, there's some boxes. These boxes here, you see some marks on the floor as if things had been moved back and forth several times.
Ellis, about what time of the night is it?
It's about 2 a.m.
Alright, so I would probably be just settling in
Okay.
at that point then.
Would you come down the hall? Would you perhaps run into Ren, or you probably would have not crossed paths?
I probably would be, if it's about 2 a.m. I'd say probably like 5 minutes before I'd go and show up or so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you point this out to Faway at all, Ren, or are you just internal? Are you just kind of thinking things over?
Oh yeah, he'd mentioned it.
She'd say it's not unusual for people to move things about. You can see we have a lot of storage, a lot of supplies, but and she would sort of look and start moving the boxes a little bit and say, "Do you think we should look behind them?
Look where?
Behind the boxes."
Sure.
So she would ask for some help moving them.
Yeah, what did I say? Something very strange about the missing time. She said she was just on her way to speak to Killian, but that was 2 hours ago.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if the poor girl had... Well... I wonder if she had gotten lost.
This place isn't that big.
That's true. Ren, with your passive perception, you notice, as you move the boxes, you notice that in the wall, in one spot, over here, there is a faint outline. The bricks are cut oddly, as if to form a rectangle about 5 feet high and 2 across.
Okay.
Secret tunnel.
Ren will go up to it and see what he can find.
Mm-hmm.
That makes it look odd.
Yeah, it does look as though the in the wall that there are gaps between the bricks in vaguely a door shape.
Can Ren find a way to open it?
Describe what you would do.
I don't know. Try and if there's anything loose, see if you can pull on it or push on it.
As you're doing this, Ren, you would actually feel a sharp pain in your head
Okay.
as you're playing with the wall. Fawe would say, "Why do I feel like we shouldn't? I feel like we shouldn't be here. Something strange about this."
There is, but if this is what afflicted Adney, why would she have been in here? Do you know anything about this odd wall?
She'd say, "No. No, I'm rarely down here. That's generally the footman's job. I do know that Mother Daragon's owned this house for longer than I've been alive. I thought I knew most of it."
Is Daragon human by appearances?
Yeah.
And how old does she look?
About 90.
Oh wow.
Given Ren's passive perception, he would probably hear Varn's doors closing at this point.
Ren's gonna kick the wall.
Okay. You kick the wall and nothing happens.
Can I like perceive or investigate to see if I can?
Sure.
What am I gonna do?
You could try perception or... yeah. Okay. With a 14 Ren, you would notice... what do you have? Actually, it's quite dark in here. Do you have a light source? Just, it's a dim light.
Yeah. I don't. He doesn't have one in his inventory, but I guess he would bring a candle or something with him if he was going in the dark room.
Yeah, you could ask Fawe to go grab one if you wanted.
Yeah.
Some light, yes, just 1 second, and she'd rush out, and she'd come back a moment later with a candelabra, and she would.
I was about to say, she come back with a full fucking candelabra.
Yeah, yeah, it's got like the 3 candles on it, and she would sort of hold it and say, "What are you looking for, Ren?"
Anything.
She holds it, and she sort of holds it under the bed for a moment. And with your 14, Ren, as she's illuminating under the bed, you see what looks like it could be a pressure plate.
I would press on it.
As you press on it, there's a slight rumble, and that pain in your head just spikes one time. It's like very sharp as the wall slides open. And you'd find yourself you would see a staircase leading down. And Fawe would say, this defies all explanation. You're not going down there, are you?
Not alone.
This must predate when my mother bought this house. She can't have known about this. She would have told me.
How old is Fawe?
Oh, she looks to be about... All my notes went away. I think she's about...
Don't mess this one up, Alice.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Give me 5.
I'm gonna take offense to that if you're not careful.
I count to 5.
1, 2, 3.
She looks to be about 50.
4.
She is, although she is an elf. She's a 50-year-old elf, so she looks quite young. She'd look to be about 20 in human terms. How'd I do, Elaine?
That's much better.
Thank you.
Wait, she is 50? Or she looks like she's 50?
Well,
She is 50, looks like she's 20.
Yeah, she's a 50-year-old wood and moon elf.
If she's 50 years old and she's an elf, she probably looks like a toddler.
Well, she looks like an
No, they.
I mean, this is your character. Absolutely. I'm just like thinking out of character. I'm just like, a 50-year-old elf would be like 4 to us.
In elven years, yes.
She's
but
not
in
Grogu.
In appearance,
Well,
in appearance, elves gain their adult size fairly quickly.
I
That's
know
They
true.
she's
don't gain
crazy.
the advantage of years until much later.
yes, Cobra?
Yeah, they reach physical maturity at the same age as humans, but they like adulthood is around like 100, like what they consider adulthood.
Yeah. Culturally, they're adults.
Yeah, cultural differences.
Hi, Leg.
Hello.
Ren, say, wait a moment. I come over here to Varn's door and knock.
Varn, you hear a knock at the door.
What's that? Who's here? It is loaded.
Right. It's Ren. I'm wondering if I can
Oh, oh.
borrow you for a moment.
Yeah. Shooting at you is pointless anyway. Yeah, let's go. What do you need me for?
Well, something happened with Adney, who I know you've just met.
She's the little one, right?
Yes, and Fawe and I were searching. We found a underground, a pathway. I'm wondering if, I didn't want to go down there alone, and I heard you just getting to your room now, so I figured you might want to go along.
Well, it's been a long day, but yeah, if it's underground, let's go.
This way.
Cock shotgun.
As you come back, Ren, you'd see that Fawe had been looking down the hole, and she's sitting back away from it, and she's saying, "Ren, I can't go down there." And she's holding her head.
Why not?
I just. And she says, "It's the pain. I can't go near that place.
Your head is broke?
The
Yes,
the closer
when
I
we
get
were
to
messing
it."
with the wall. I'm sorry.
No.
I was saying, when we were messing with the wall, there was some kind of. It gave a headache.
Oh, you feel it too.
I did.
If you're going,
I
I'll
didn't feel nothing.
I'll come as well. If you're going to fight through it, I can do the same. And she stands up on wobbly legs.
Varn, you can see in the dark, right?
Yeah.
Alright. Far away, leave the light. Just in case. And Ren is going to drink his potion of dark vision.
Oh.
I was gonna say, Varn could go and pull out one of his crossbow bolts and shake it like a fucking glow stick and go and hand it out and say, hey, after casting light on it. Here.
Oh, shit, that's right, because you're artificer and they get cantrips.
Yes, but he doesn't go and believe that it's actually magic. He believes that it's just technology. He believes his bolts glow in the dark.
See,
Just a tiny orc.
any science you don't understand is just magic, and I guess any magic you don't understand is just science.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
So being able to see in the dark.
Yes, looking down, you would see a staircase, and at the base of the staircase, you see several crates.
Ooh,
I guess why not?
you go down there already?
No, I came to get you.
Oh. Wonder who left the boxes down there. Okie dokie. Did you want Varn to take point, or do you want him behind you at this point?
No, Ren will take point.
Alright.
All right, heading down the
He
stairs.
will follow along behind. He's probably about 4 stairs behind you, simply because at that range, or at that height, he'd probably be able to go and shoot over your shoulder at this point. So, he's giving you space so that you can go and do what you have to do, and he can still hit shit over top of you.
Sounds good.
Okay. With your dark vision, Ren, as you head down the stairs, yes?
Yes.
Dark.
You would
The darkest.
yes, you would see a room. Looks like a dingy storage room. You'd see various crates and barrels, several open crates, and you'd see a variety of papers, different things strewn in the corner, and along this side here, you see various tables set up with different accoutrement.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go and set my sight radius. Not that I'm really gonna need it, probably, but just so you're aware what that is.
Yes.
And Ren will kind of just look around for
Yeah,
a tapestry or anything else that's just weird. He'll look at the papers, and I'm guessing it's just logs of stuff, you know.
Yes, you would notice. Are you're looking in the open barrels and things? You would see various types of crystals and different gems, as well as different what looks like rare alchemical reagents.
Did Falway come down?
Did you ask her to stay up with the light, or did you ask her to come down?
No, he said, because she said she was going to come down with him. Ren just said to leave the light up there.
Oh, okay.
He took the potion, so they wouldn't need it, just in case.
She said that she would follow your example and try to steal her courage, but she's staying kind of behind Varn.
So, Falway, does any of this look familiar to you?
Coming down, she'd say, some of these crystals, they're quite rare. How long have they been down here? This is very strange. Some of these things here, these are different ingredients. Some of these I've been looking for some of these for quite some time. Some of them are quite rare.
In the paperwork, is there notes about when certain things arrived or dated manifests?
Yeah, let's do you guys want to investigate the paperwork?
Sure. Will Varn help me?
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Wow.
God damn, terrible.
What do you want? An investigation, you said?
Yeah.
I think, well, if you were helping, I think we would have had Ren roll with advantage, right?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So, Ren, you would notice some of them appear to be within the last month. Certainly not a decade, as Fawe was suggesting.
Oh, some of them.
Varn is crawling up on top of these crates here. When he looks at these barrels, would he notice that these are open, or are they actually closed?
Yeah, you would notice that they are open.
Okay, so he would kind of like tiptoe up over top and look down inside. I'm assuming that they actually have liquid in them.
Yes, you would notice that some of them do. Yes, you see some that are overflowing with crystals, and some that looks like a strange colored salt. And you would see a couple that do indeed have liquid.
All right. Varn is going to stick his hand in and like kind of lick his finger and stick his hand into the small crystal looking stuff or salt looking stuff. And he's gonna go and taste it. It tastes of salt, right?
Yes.
All right. So he simply sits there and he's like, "Oh, this is salt." And he goes and does the same with the water, but using a different finger each time, or the liquids each time.
Okay.
Like, is he able to go and tell roughly what these are? Like, are they? Is it water and wine or something like that, or is it just random?
No. If you were tasting one of the liquids, may I have a Constitution saving throw?
I knew I picked the right person.
Okay. Do you want to roll an Arcana or Nature or something to see if you can tell what it is, if you know what it is based on the taste?
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, it doesn't matter which I go and roll, so we're gonna roll Technology because it's not Arcana.
Okay.
This is liquid technology.
Yes, this liquid, it's your mouth is very tingly, and you'd actually notice with a 16, you believe that it's actually basilisk phlegm.
Oh,
Basilisk phlegm? God, it's been a while since I've been down and had any of that. Now, is that like, what is this, D&D Mountain Dew, or?
Yeah, D&D poison.
So yeah, he would sit there and kind of go and scratch his head and go and say, "Why they got a big barrel of basilisk poison?"
She'd say, basilisk poison, and she sort of comes over and she touches it herself with her finger and says,
It's basilisk spit, but same thing.
Mother...
I don't recommend drinking it by any means.
Mother has her secrets, but she
do
wouldn't...
as I say, not as I do.
I know that Mother keeps some of the rarer ingredients hidden away, but I wasn't expecting anything like this.
What would one use this for, Fawe?
I mean, in the hands of a powerful wizard, it could be used for almost for any number of things. To make
The wizard is on his way.
a variety of potions.
She said powerful. So.
Oh!
Burn.
How good's a lizard man? Is he any good at magic?
As far
You
as
keep
I know, he's
always defaulting to him, so I figured he must be somewhat good.
So you're saying, Fawe?
She's looking it over, and she'd say, some of these are hallucinogenic in nature, but this, I see ash, I see mandrake root. You could use these to create sort of a homunculus, perhaps, or to confuse someone, to cause a magical slumber. There's a variety of recipes that these could be applied to.
Oh, monkey ass? What's that?
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
She'd say, "This is this," and then she sort of comes over. She's actually going to open up one barrel and say, "This is excellent nightshade. It's a specific type. It's actually Jimson weed. It's has a hallucinogenic property."
Glad I didn't try that.
She'd say to Varn, if I was to make you a cup of tea with this, you would not soon forget it."
That sounds fun, but not tonight.
Well, this does sound like her style. She attempted a couple spells on me to stop me.
Well,
Was that the old lady?
yes, my mother.
Well,
Wonder
you're
if any of
younger
this.
than she is, right?
Wonder if any of this would explain how you feel all the time, Fawe.
She'd say, "What
Probably.
you think like the fumes? What are you suggesting?"
I don't know. What are the possibilities? She's using this for something.
Let's look here. Ren, how's your passive perception feeling?
Me?
Mhm.
My passive perception is 24.
I mean, you're feeling pretty good about it, right?
Always.
Ren,
Yeah. What?
you hear a strange sound
Okay.
coming from this direction.
Well, kind of like hop up on this barrel and look.
What is it? What is it, Ren?
I heard something. It was very faint. But there's something else in here. Varn, be ready.
Varn puts down the little glass vial that he has in his hand and picks up his crossbow.
Fawe is going to move. She's going to try and move this box a little bit, and she's going to place her ear close to the wall, and she'll say, "I don't hear anything."
Ren will do that and get super close.
Ren, you hear nothing for a moment, and then you hear what sounds like a voice, and it sounds like someone talking to themselves, and then they begin to cry.
On the other side of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Does anywhere here look like it has a false wall like it did above?
You and Varn can move some boxes and check it out.
Yeah. We're gonna say, I hear someone beyond the wall. Which we're underground at this point, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, we were underground upstairs. Now we're really underground.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Octavian, did you tell anyone else about the fiend?
Nope.
I told you. That's it. I didn't get a chance to tell anybody else.
Gotcha. I think they're in a lot of danger.
Oh, no doubt.
That's the point.
That's what makes D&D fun.
The party. Split the party.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you.
No, that's fine. Do you think Ren's gonna wait for morning and wake everyone's ass up? Nah, son.
No, I thought maybe
last night,
if he knew
fucking
about the fiend, he might go to Octavian and be like, "Oh, you know what? I need a paladin who can smite." But if he doesn't know about it,
There's another one of those that's a little bit better at that upstairs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Well,
know where
I've got a
he
small bottle that I can go and fill with basilisk spit.
is. You also have a crossbow that hits like a fucking truck.
Yes, I do. In fact, Alice, I would like to go and dip all my bolts into this poison.
Wow. I did say basilisk phlegm.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
We're gonna do it.
You can dip your things into basilisk flour.
That's gonna gum up the works in your auto lock.
Well,
Yeah, I was wondering
actually,
something.
with the setup that he currently has, he doesn't need it or need ammunition at this point, because he's got the repeating.
You got the repeating
function.
crossbow.
Yeah.
All
he's
you
got
need is what?
repeating on there, so it auto creates its own ammunition.
Oh, really?
So
But-
him doing that is completely pointless anyways. It's like,
It is.
yeah, I
He
got
just
my
puts
one
it in
shot
his hole.
and
Yeah.
doesn't
But
matter
they'll
now.
sit in his pouch, and when he does need them, he'll use them.
Mm-hmm.
So do we find anything?
Oh, yes. As you are... yes, you move the boxes out of the way, and you would notice... tapping on the wall, you would notice that in this spot that there is a hollow sound.
Is there another pressure plate anywhere?
You can look around.
I look around. If you want me to roll something, let me know to roll it.
Yeah, let's roll investigation. Okay. You do see what looks like... What does it look like? You do see what looks like it could be a lever on the wall.
I'm gonna kind of point to the lever and look at Falway and Varn.
I have.
They say or give him a look of discouragement.
I have a very bad feeling about this, Ren. Something is wrong down here.
Kind of feels like home, but that's me.
Fal, would you run and get Safeguard for me?
Of course. And she starts leaving as if she's a little too eager to be out of here. She'll disappear up the stairs.
Just want the one.
I could get cramped down here, and
Yeah, it is a small hole. So Ellis, the hole in the wall, is that like right here?
There's no hole specifically. Ren noticed a hollow
But
sound.
I mean, yeah, like the area with the hollow sound. It's like in the wall right here.
Yep.
All right, then Varn is going to adjust his position, and it's going to be sitting right here behind the bolt or behind the barrel,
Mm-hmm.
with the crossbow readied.
Excuse me, I was wondering, did Varn ever use those poisons Elise gave him back in Provost?
No,
I think she gave him like 3 strong ones, if I remembered.
probably, but I don't know that I have them on me. I don't know if I didn't use them, but I think I might have gone and sold them at one point. No, I take that back. I've got 2 serpent venoms, potion of healing.
does the Safeguard show up a moment later?
Safeguard, would you have been in your room specifically, or are you wandering around?
I would have been specifically in my room, but
Okay.
I assume someone knocks at my door.
Yes, Fawe would know where you rest, where you take a rest, and there'd be a knock at your door.
I would go open my door, peek my head through and say, "What's up?"
And you would see Lady Fawe, who would apologize for the interruption and ask you to follow her downstairs.
Do I need to bring anything with me?
She'd say, Ren, it's hard to describe, but Ren and Varn appear to have found something in the basement.
That's it. I'm grabbing my axe.
On my axe!
That's it. I'm getting me mallet. That's why you should have had like a mace or whatever. And that way you could say that properly.
Maybe.
You can still call it a mallet, and it's just a giant great axe.
No, he has the Mad Axe.
I wish they had the mad axe. He just has an axe.
You can still bonk people with the flat of the blade.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
the back.
But yeah, he'll follow her downstairs.
Great. And so, yeah, Ren and Varn, after a moment, maybe 5 minutes or so, you would see Lady Fireway appear again with Safeguard in tow.
They invisible? There we go.
Varn is leaning over the barrel, kind of just kicking his feet, waiting.
Good. Safeguard. I was hoping you'd come. There was an incident. So Adney had left our room to speak with Lord Killian. A couple hours later, there was a scream heard and she was found unconscious. When she came to, she had no recollection of anything that happened after leaving the room, but she said she found a weird tapestry, and she touched it, and that's all she knew. While we were looking around, we found the hole in the wall you came through, and well, I found something else over here, and I don't know, I wanted a little more backup.
Always a pleasure.
Hey, stick your axe in this one, and he points at the basilisk flum.
No thanks, little one.
You're lost.
Appreciate it, though.
So I heard someone crying on the other side of this wall. I don't know exactly how to open it. The first one had a pressure plate. I found a lever here. If you're all set, I'll pull it and see what happened.
Ready whenever you are.
Varn settles back on his feet and readies the crossbow again.
Can Safeguard cast Detect Magic?
Do I have it prepared? I do not have it prepared.
All right.
Quick, finish up the rest of your rest, then you'll have it prepared.
Ren will pull the lever. Kronk.
He's a Warforged. He only needs 4 hours for a long rest.
6 actually.
Yeah,
only the elf
6.
yeah, it's 6.
Did
But
they
they're also
all do that?
semi-conscious, so just like.
Oh, actually, I haven't prepared my spells, but you know what? That's my fault. So we'll just say I don't have it.
It's alright, I've got glowy pocket sand. We'll be fine.
As you pull the lever, there is a clunk sound, and nothing happens for a moment. And then on the wall, letters begin to appear, glowing, and it's in a language that you don't recognize.
That's not supposed to happen, guys.
Fawe would step forward and look at it and say, "Is that those runes or what? I think that's primordial. I don't speak it, but I recognize some of the letters. Do any of you speak primordial?"
No.
You're lucky I can speak common.
Do you know anyone who does?
Not as far as I know. Red's going to take out a piece of chalk, and he's going to trace over everything that appears, in case it disappears.
She would say, "What about... I had a wonderful conversation with your friend Lucan. I wonder if he does. He's very well read."
He may.
I actually have said with you in company that I do speak earth, rock, and fire and wind.
I speak to the wind.
I'm not trying to like metagame to you or anything. I have actually said that.
That's not really metagaming. I mean, that's just informing us of something that we would know.
I don't want to interrupt everyone's flow. I don't want
Does Ren know that speaking fire means primordial?
point.
Ren knows common and dwarvish, so
I would retract my statement.
I don't know. He you very well might if you want to go fetch him.
Yeah, just wake everybody up at this point.
As I said, there's definitely something here. Something
Fawe
very strange.
would sigh, run upstairs, and Lucan has a knock at the door.
Oh, damn, the next one is Celestial. Go get Octavian.
Finally, blood is useful.
Oh, geez, then Sylvan, grab Versailles. Oh, look, now it's Giant. Oh, go get fucking B for us.
There's one language. There's one thing.
That sounds like a language puzzle I would come up with.
In all fairness, I think if you woke up Lucien, he would wake up. Versailles would definitely wake up at this point.
I hope so. She's a ranger. If she slept through all that shit,
Yes, that's the
ranger
takeaway.
should be eaten by now.
Somebody's not been paying attention to the chat.
No.
There's chat going?
Yes.
I didn't know.
It's been going on for quite a while in the background.
Damn, y'all take it to PMs, alright?
Damn.
Hey, nothing else is going on. They're just asleep.
Get a room, God.
We're in a room.
Yeah, they have.
They do.
They have one.
That's
Facing the now not fireplace.
anyway.
They wake up and Lord Killian's just like at the end of the bed, just like drinking. He's like, keep going.
The thing is, we've had very little interaction with him. I feel like that's the thing he might do.
You just see he just lights a match, and you just see the flame flicker on his face as he lights his pipe, and he goes, "Don't let me stop you."
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Oh, and then from the other side of the room, you hear Layla's voice. Sorry, he likes to watch.
Alright, moving on.
Okay.
Oh.
No,
Okay,
come on, let's be
I
honest.
guess
Hey, no, sweetie, do it the other way.
Oh, please stop. Octavian, what's your passive?
It's what is it? It's 17.
You probably wake up before he did. He has an 11, so it would take a lot to wake him.
Octavian would groggily be like, open up. He's just in like his simple clothes, seeing away. Lady, away. This is the problem. Is there something we should know about?
This is hard to describe. We just need Lucan's help in the sub-basement.
You have a sub-basement?
Well, apparently there was an incident with Adney. She's all right. She's in the next room with Beatrice, but Beatrice. But yes, we just need to borrow Lucan for a minute. Do you speak Primordial?
No, I can speak Celestial, but other than that, and Common, no. Let me make sure he is awake and see if he knows. I'll go over and kind of shake Lucan's shoulder.
His eye would
Lucien.
just shoot open and look. Yes.
Just there's a brief moment where Octavian's face like doesn't change. It says, "You wouldn't happen to speak Primordial?
Yes, actually, I do.
Get your things if Fawe needs you. I will maybe be right behind you."
He will look down and see his position with the first eye and go, one moment. And he will misty step out without bothering her.
Wow.
Class.
Wouldn't she
Good
go
going,
and
Sam.
just... Wouldn't she go and like collapse to the bed though?
Yeah, actually, not that.
Oh, I mean, but
She's
that's not that
completely
bad.
Dude,
Wait.
rip the band-aid off. It's fine.
It is totally ripped the band-aid off.
In all fairness, it does catch her from not seeing what she did.
So, It probably takes Lucan like 30 seconds to get his shit.
He
gonna
probably
be-
just grabs his book and then just goes down exactly like this. I'm in as much armor and weapons as I need to be.
Yeah. David's just gonna kind of wake up a little bit more and start hitting his shit because it's like, all right, weird shit's happening. I need to be ready, and we'll likely join within 15 minutes.
Okay.
Takes 10 to put the armor on.
He will actually help you put the armor on, which will limit the time down to 1 minute.
Oh well, you will no. Yeah, they need you. Octavian will be fine.
I mean, since he's done and he just pulls on his robe tighter and gets his book and his staff, he'd be like, "Yeah, let me help you."
Okay, fine. Yeah, if it takes it a minute, then I'll still be behind you. I'm just gonna kind of take stock of what's going on, where people are. So just head ahead of me.
He would catch up with I am so bad at remembering names. Fairway, and say, "What is the matter? Your head bothering you again?"
Are you asking Fawe?
Yeah,
She'd say, I can't explain it again. Could you just come with us?"
I'm coming.
She just seems very, very confused.
Very annoyed.
Leading
To
you,
be honest.
through the storage room, down the stairs. She would say, "Ren, Vaughn, and Safeguard are down here already."
Mm.
And she
Good
would
thing I brought Octavian then, because otherwise I feel like I'm about to get beaten up.
she would point at the wall, which actually at this point, Ren, you'd notice that the runes faded, and your chalk marks are remaining.
Cool.
He
Put
would.
myself down. I'm not here for like a little bit. I'll be joining in like a few minutes.
He will walk over and take a look at the runes, or the marking.
Hey, it's a lizard man.
Dragonborn. Good, close enough though.
We long story short, things happened. We found our way down here in the secret underground area with rare alchemical stuff. There's a lever on the wall. I pulled it, and this apparently primordial writing appeared. It's since disappeared, but I traced it with chalk, so you can at least still read if you can. I don't know.
Yeah, yes, I can read primordial. I will take a look. But before I do that, you said there's materials here, and he will take a
Yeah.
look at this stuff.
There's basilisk spit here.
Interesting. And he will take a look around. This is a very fine collection of arcane materials. Can't really see much of the mundane use of it too often.
You would actually, sorry.
Go ahead.
I
No,
was saying,
please.
You would notice specifically, Lucan, some of the crystals would make fine spell casting focus. A fine spell casting focus. You might notice that.
Oh, that's definitely something worth noting. And he will turn back to Ren. Ren, did Octavian talk to you about what he had smelt at dinner?
Oh, that was neat.
No, he made nothing known about odors.
He will
I was waiting for that.
he will look at it, he will look at Ren as if trying to like read something on his face, but clearly he's not lying. Or trying to hide it, and he will glance very briefly towards Fairway. And then speak in Ren's mind. Octavian sensed a fiend at the mother of the house, at least a trace of it. This may be Warlock. And possibly the fiend may be here. Do not make any outward appearance. I do not know if Fairway can be trusted at this moment. And he will walk up towards the writing and try and read it.
Ren will just kind of give Lucan a nod.
Lucan, you would, reading it, you would see that it would say, I'll chat at you, it says this in Primordial.
Can I ask specifically which primordial? Because there's primordial covers 4 things. I don't if you don't have any specifics, I won't ask.
I think the written language is the same because I think he uses the dwarven script, right?
I believe it.
Goblin uses Dwarven script. I don't know. I don't think Primordial does. Primordial, I think, is older than Dwarven.
That's an interesting phrase.
And you
Because
could.
it could be fire, wind, water, or
Yeah, Primordial uses a dwarvish script.
okay.
Really?
Yeah.
It's probably just a spoken thing more than it is a.
yeah.
All the cool kids are doing it.
Yeah, the spoken, dialects.
Has the
In
different thing, but
Aquan,
the
Terra.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a different dialect of the same language, basically.
There we go. Mystery solved.
All the cool kids are using Dwarvish these days.
So Red would actually recognize the script, but it would just be gibberish.
It's like that. Nope. The cat is your friend. What?
What's to say about my mother?
The cake is a lie.
What is this? Is this some sort of reference? I don't.
I
I
don't
thought that
get
said
it.
the cake is a pie. Weird.
As he looks it over, he will make no outward signs or reactions, and will just look up at Ren. Octavian should be here soon. When he gets here, then it would probably be a good idea to continue.
We'll say 30 seconds and.
That was a great stepping sound.
Oh, that was very good, actually.
Just doing some stuff with my mouth.
That was great, though.
Indeed.
It's a slight yawn. Well, this is
In your mind,
Interesting.
immediately, as you're in the middle of speaking, in your mind, I think this has to do with the fiend.
so it's normal kind of like, oh, I'm tired. I haven't worked out or anything like that. Just immediately see all business mode.
I told Ren. Man, this psychic thing really is fucking helpful.
Yeah, it's great. So, just move over to them. Just kind of get in. See the chalk lines.
It says, speak the name of the fallen of the eight.
Fallen of the 8.
Barnes starts going and flipping his fingers around, trying to count that high.
1, 2, shit.
1, 2, 2.5, 4. Guys,
The name
can't-
I go ahead.
No,
What?
you're fine. Go ahead.
I
Because
know the
I'm-
name.
Because I'm blanking, but I know Cobra has the document. I'll just kind of very quietly lean in. Just say the name of. Speak the name of the fallen, the 8, or something like that.
He will lean over towards Octavian while he's leaning over. I know what the name is.
Oh, do you? Never
Yes,
mind.
I just didn't want to say it out loud.
Well, by all means, let us see where this passage leads.
Well, what is the 8 that something fell from?
Fallen of the eight. Maybe the fallen angel, possibly. I mean, I
It's-
rolled the history check that would know, but at this moment I'm drawing a blank. So God, please step in.
No, you would know that in your years of study as a wizard, you would have come across some deep lore about the Dark Eight, formerly the Dark Nine, which is related to a coven of pit fiend generals.
Oh, so he would just I don't know if we want to open this door.
And why are we attempting? Well, can I ask why we are attempting to open it beyond blind curiosity?
I have a question, not to cut you off.
Okay,
Is
okay.
is Safeguard receiving this information? Because I stopped paying attention.
You would receiving everything I'm saying out loud, which is everything that didn't have to do with the fiend.
Okay.
I'm everything else. I'm basically saying these are the words that it's saying. I know what the word is to say. And I would probably also give the history about what the 8 is. And I'd also turn back and look at uh fairway.
Far away.
Far away, thank you. How are you feeling, by the way?
She's backing up and she sort of has her back against the wall and she says, nauseous.
Have I felt anything since walking into this room?
Not as of yet.
Far away, perhaps if you're feeling ill in this place, watch the door up top. Make sure nobody else comes in behind us.
Yes.
People in this house respect you. They'll listen to you.
Yes, and she'll go up the stairs.
Do we think it means bell?
What means bell? What?
The name.
Oh, it's Caterham.
The fuck is Caterham?
Or can't. Can you help me out here, man? I got nothing. I suck at names, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. Cantrum.
Tantrum.
Did Lucian say it out loud?
No, I'm telling him specifically. Not yet. I'm waiting until we're prepared because I know that door's gonna swing open and shit's gonna go sideways. Good night, Forsyth.
Night.
Bye. Hopefully we don't all die in the next 20 minutes.
Well, we won't all die. B isn't here, and Versailles
isn't
We
here.
won't all die.
Yeah, they'll tell your story.
Okay. If you're ready, everyone, I'll open up the door. Though, Ren, I would recommend not standing directly in front of it.
Barn is laying across the top of the barrel, wiggling his feet, or kicking his feet, in anticipation of going and shooting whatever walks through.
And he would say Cantrum.
As you speak the word, the runes which had disappeared light up again. The wall begins to shake as some of Ren's chalk sort of begins to fall off it, and it slides aside. And what you see through is a long hallway as 6 braziers spark to life with fire.
Oh man.
If I was to be completely honest with all of you, I think we should go to bed and deal with this in the morning. But I get the feeling that
in the morning.
I don't think we need to go that badly. But if I was okay, that's just not gonna. Goody.
And at the end of the hall, you would see what looks like a small child sort of leaning against the wall, sitting down sort of in the corner, sort of sobbing. And looking,
well, now I think we have to deal with this now.
And what looks
I don't like this. This reminds me of like creepy dolls.
And
leave it alone.
Hey, did I mention there's a creepy doll right there?
As you look down the hall,
I mentioned a homunculus, which Ren doesn't know what that means.
Oh boy.
As the 6 braziers spring to life, the small child who was sobbing quietly sort of looks up, looks in your direction. And that's where we'll begin next week. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. This is great.
You asshole.
A great session. I've had
No. This just got really dark.
Maybe. We don't really know what's going on in all fairness.
How about we get a little divine sense in there, fellas?
I'm not close enough. I'm not close enough.
Same. I gotta step in the room. Ellis, did you measure that out so we'd have to step into the room if we were going to divine sense anything?
Maybe.
But he didn't count out the 8, right? He didn't count out 8, which is the most interesting part. Because there'd be 3 more braziers if this was about the 9.
Maybe the braziers don't have anything
Probably
to do
not.
with it.
Probably not.
Probably
It might just be a
passcode.
key.
It's just your password reminder hint. That's all that is.
Probably.
What is your mother's maiden name?
Yo, I
In
unfortunately
what
made the
town did
mistake.
you go to high school?
I unfortunately made the mistake of reinstalling the BattleNet launcher,
Oh no! Why would
and I
you
had
do
to
that
like
to yourself?
and I had to like answer my security question. And I can't believe I remembered it.
And I know that feeling.
So, how much you want to bet there's some really dark secret involving Daragon's family, and maybe this is like an attempt to recreate it, and Fawe was always like
Well,
the side project.
I'm on this, or that's actually just a demon, and she just trapped it in here, and is using its
Or-
power.
or maybe like this is a creation and she created Falway because similar skin tone and hair color.
Oh shit! No,
yeah,
you're
I
right.
saw that.
Falway's also an interest. Is also, I think Alice described her as like a mix between a moon elf and a wood elf. So maybe. Oh fuck.
This may actually just be Fairway, and the
Yeah.
other one behind us is actually a homunculus.
Wouldn't that be the twist?
But what about the toy?
Yeah.
Well,
The
that's-
toy might be the demon.
We're gonna
Happy
figure it
fusion
out.
fun times.
But we're about to find out
This is amazing.
Next
I mean,
week.
if you
next time
zoom
on
in,
Dragon Ball Z.
if you zoom in on that token, it's got like white eyes. It's fucking.
Yeah, it gives
I
me
mean,
it gives me
Definitely.
Annabelle vibes.
the little
God,
girl has
right,
black
right.
eyes
Yeah.
and
No,
has
she's
black
got-
tears.
She's got white
No.
behind them. It looks like.
No, that's just the shine.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can.
And black tears.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. I cry ink all the time.
I think that's a different problem. We might need to see a doctor about that.
No, we're just gonna
Sweet.
bring her along for your magic book. Every time you learn a spell, you just make her cry. Now you got ink.
Yikes.
Wow.
No comment. None. Walking away from that shit.
Yo,
You know, you
Paul,
compliment
you
her,
wanna
she cries, and
you want to talk about it, or?
I mean, I could definitely see Lucan doing something like that, but I can't possibly condone that.
Yeah.
What's that from, Leg?
That's
Hmm?
Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah,
Oh.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Okay.
Oh, you. Oh, I just saw. I was on the bots channel. Oh,
I heard
That's
her
so-
fusion comment.
Yeah,
I knew
I've
exactly
seen
what
that
it was.
before. I love that shirt.
that's so fucked up.
It's from VG Cats.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I can't take credit for finding this because this is like one of the first things Cobra ever sent me.
Yeah.
There is. Well, as soon as you said homunculus, though, I was like, wow, I think he knows what spell I'm gonna get.
We walk up to this thing and it says like
Will you be my
somebody's
mommy?
name very brokenly. I'm like,
Because any of our fucking names, I'm just like Fireball.
you talking mad shit for somebody in fireball distance.
You shouldn't know our names. We just got here. We've been here for 2 days. You shouldn't fucking know shit.
Oh, this could also be with the fucking the dreams maybe too.
Oh god.
Oh, oh damn.
I'd like to my peaceful sleep and whatever was going on tonight.
No rest for the wicked.
meanwhile, Varn has just been talking to it in his sleep, more than likely, making friends.
He's too dumb to torment.
Actually, Varn is extremely intelligent.
Well, yeah, well, it's
Yeah.
like
He's goblin dumb.
He's so
a-
he's
idiot
so
savant.
simple-minded. Yeah, he's so simple-minded that he's just like, oh well, you're special.
his maxed out idiot savant perk in Fallout 4. Just constant, like 10 times XP all the time.
Nice.
So,
You Good.
I want to say, Ellis, what did Devil want to say?
Oh, jeez. You want to do a what if? I had.
I was tempted to do something. I was like, I could stop this, but Lucan doesn't care, so he's gonna sit down and have some cake.
Oh, by the way, Ren. Ren, my good friend, I'm glad you're still here. As the door slides open, there's a buzz in your pocket.
Perfect timing. Just like, I'm gonna have to take a message.
At 2 in the clock in the fucking morning?
Yeah. There you go.
It's your pen pal's an elf. She probably just finished her sleep.
Yeah, I'll let you think that over. I almost forgot. As you said, what did Devil want to say? I went back to my notes. I'm like, oh, I need to tell.
Right, there's a message.
I need to tell Ren this. Yeah, I can't do it as good as you.
Oh wow.
Did you guys know the spell Create Homunculus?
I know of it.
It's a pretty not used spell because it's like kind of weak. You basically are creating a familiar which also does damage, but you can forfeit half your head dice in order to give it the same amount of maximum hit points. But what it does, and why most people don't use it, is that it lowers your maximum HP based on how much you used. However, there is a very specific thing with a necromancer class, which is called, let's see, I think it is, yes, here it is, Incur to Undeath. At the beginning of 10th level, you have resistance to necrotic damage, and your hit point maximum cannot be reduced.
Ah, there you go. Which is pretty cool, but it's also kind of weird that this is a transmutation spell and not a necromancy spell, and yet necromancer gets the best use for this spell.
Well, I mean, necromancers are more. It's more of your transforming something into something else, which is why it would be transmutation.
Yeah, you're not going and bringing it back from the dead.
I'm not infusing it with souls either. I'm just making a literal puppet.
Yeah.
Which, that was what I was going to pick up, and then just start, pushing some hit dice into it. Be like, there we go. Now I have my army of skeletons, my homunculus, and me.
Oh yeah, so Ellis was mentioning the things that are in there. There's ash. Fawe said there's mandrake root, and a jewel-encrusted dagger.
There's also a lot of spell focuses in there.
Yeah, which were made of crystals, things that could be shaped down into jewels. What does she have on staff? A jeweler.
Yes, that definitely would lead that to part of it. But I'm also thinking that
I said that very loudly because I realized it as I was saying it.
There's also the thing of if this is a demon or she has access to a demon, more packs.
Yeah.
More warlocks.
Oh boy.
Cool.
I'm really enjoying this.
Oh, it goes. I don't know what's going on. I was like,
your guesses are.
You would use this to create an army. It does specify at the end of the spell you can only have one homunculus at a time.
No, that army of skeletons.
Led by your homunculus.
Which they can because they can talk.
Yeah.
I don't know, I would definitely. I don't know. Maybe I'm a harsh DM, but I don't like when people. It feels like exploitative, and I'd be like, nah, you can't do that.
It is specifically worded that way in Raw.
For what?
Yeah, but
for the homunculus.
For the to the point that you can just put all with
the Create Homunculus, you're supposed to lower your HP based on how much hit dice that you used. But the Necromancer class says you cannot have your maximum HP reduced.
Am I reading the right? It's the 6th level in Xanathars. Is it the right spell?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
It does specifically, and people have actually looked this one up because it doesn't proc. It says it cannot. You cannot reduce the effect, or you cannot negate it, or you cannot reduce the amount of HP that is reduced, but you don't ever get reduced, so it just negates it before it even starts.
It's the reduction to your maximum hit point can't be removed by any means.
Correct, but you can't have it. You can't have it lowered.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Raw. I mean, you're right, but as a DM, I'd be like, that's exploitative, and you're not going to get an infinite health homunculus.
No, you can't get infinite health. You can only give up half the hit dice. Period.
Well, hold on. Is there a Jeremy Crawford tweet? Let's look.
Yes.
There
Actually,
is. Wow.
Yes. This has actually been covered multiple times.
Okay.
But you can't have it because you can only spend your hit dice
Wow.
and only up to half your hit dice. So, period.
Yes. So by the time you're at 10th level, it's 5d6.
Well, yeah, but no.
Yeah,
if you realize, when you
five.
finish the long, you spend up at half your hit dice.
Mhm.
When you roll and add your con modifier, your hit point reduce that, and the homunculus' hit point maximum and current hit points are both increased by it. So there's no limit to how many times you can do that. So
It
you
resets
essentially
every
have.
day
What is this?
because you're gaining your hit points back. You're gaining your dice back. It doesn't stay.
Yeah, where does it?
Hang on, I had to look for it. Right there at the end, where it says the homunculus hit points ends when you finish the next long rest. This process cannot be reduced to no lower than 1 hit point, and the change to your and the homunculus's hit points ends when you finish the your next long rest. So it's not infinite.
So it gets it once, and then when you finish the long rest,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
your
I got it.
homunculus is still around, you can reset it up to its potential
Yeah,
maximum.
I got it.
Yeah.
It's where I do see where it would seem like exploited. It's more like you just bypass one of the worst parts of it, but you
Yeah,
still get the
it's
same
it's
effect.
completely exploitative.
Yeah, but it was made that way.
Who says?
It's like it's like for me, it's finding like a fun like chaining combination in like a card game. You know, just like
Yeah.
you do this, and this. But because you have this, it negates this. It's just it's a Yu-Gi-Oh. That's all it is. Just finding clever ways to negate bad parts of effects to make them work for you.
Yeah. What were you saying,
But-
Ellis?
Oh, I'm reading the tweets about having 2 homunculi if you raise dead on one. That's kind of funny, and he said no.
As far as I was aware, when you cast the homunculus, it just kind of is dead.
Well,
Yeah, the other
I
one
don't think that would work because homunculus
disintegrates.
are constructs. Technically, they're not humanoids, and most of these dead spells specifically target
Specify.
humanoids.
Yeah, Jeremy
or
Crawford said.
specify creatures not already undead or constructs or other types of
Yeah.
creatures.
Yeah, it's just funny.
There's
Yeah.
instances like this one where I would love to go and see what Gygax had to go and say about it.
Mm,
I honestly think he would probably agree with Octavian. Would be like, that was just a nice combo because it's not making you
Yeah.
overpowered. It's not making a massive beast because all you can do is 2d4 piercing damage.
Oh, Vorm, that link you posted about it wasn't about fourth edition. It was about like AD&D, I think.
Oh,
It was-
yeah, it was like old rules and like the in-depth shit that Gygax
yeah.
had gone and wrote.
Everybody should watch that. It was really interesting. Now that you mentioned like what Gygax would say, about how...
Yeah, because like, so it goes into like how it was originally written, like what hirelings were able to go and do,
Yeah.
what your living situation would be. There was. It made it so that like they explained that like nobody could go and start as a noble. You had to be like lowborn or middle class, and you had to go and work your ass off to go and level your character up to the point where they could become a noble. And like the biggest struggle in the day was that they had to pay taxes, they had to buy food, they had to do this, they had to do that. And it was going into like all the little nuances that Gary had gone and written into the game.
It was fascinating.
And it was just like you're sitting there going and playing the game like in fifth edition, and you're just like, yeah, none of that even fucking exists. I've never had to go and pay taxes on anything.
Well, actually,
Gygax was all about the simulation. That was definitely his thing.
Right, because like
he was a numbers guy.
The
He
thing,
loved numbers.
Yeah. The thing I wanted to mention was that like I don't think he would have allowed the exploit because in that video, the text he says in like the player's guide, well, here's the spell, and then in the dungeon master's guide, okay, here's all the way players are going to try and hack this, and here's how to stop.
Try to go and fuck you over.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Which
There's that. Plus,
like he was going and talking about the hirelings and shit, and they're like, well, you could go and give a hireling a magic weapon, and if it was cursed or something, you could just find out by going and giving it to them and having them attune to it. And they'd be like, he was going and saying that, like, that, no, they would go and say, no, these guys are fucking evil because they tried to give me this cursed weapon, and then he would go and just fucking run off with it. Or they would go and give them a freaking magic item, and they'd be like, wow, these guys are fucking idiots. Why would I work for an idiot? And take off with it. So it was like he was just going into all sorts of different ways that like hirelings would go and fuck you over in the long run if you tried to go and mistreat or take advantage of them in some way. And it was a really cool little video that I went and watched a while back.
Yeah. Oh, I loved it. Yeah.
That's why I don't do hirelings, because it's just like, you know what? Because I don't want to be mean to people to do something that is kind of realistic like that. Nor do I want to open up the floodgates to very morally gray things, especially if that's not what I'm going for with the campaign.
Right. Well, they were going into it, and there was what was it? There's the night, I think, the night background. You get hirelings, or like pages or something like that. There's like 3 caretakers or something that you go and get in your backstory that were basically kind of hirelings and whatnot. So it was just kind of one of those weird little things that they still kind of exist, but I don't know too many people that use the night background, so they just kind of get overlooked.
I'll catch y'all later. I'm gonna
Good night, Justin.
Take it easy.
See ya.
Try to get some sleep, but I'm gonna be just thinking about all the crazy shit that we just went through. I'm like, oh fuck, this is so weird.
Don't worry, it'll only get worse.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I'll just give them, these 2 spells, and then, we'll fuck off and,
I mean,
do stuff later. And
we're gonna find a creepy evil girl and her doll in a basement crying behind a place that's locked by primordial and has you speak the name of a very powerful devil. Yeah, it's it's just just a Tuesday.
Ren's got no fear, so.
No, yeah,
killing, a
Balls
pirate
of steel.
captain.
I'm under the suspicion that doll is holding the girl hostage, and the real threat is going to be behind us the whole fucking time.
Probably.
Oh god.
The real threat is behind you?
Yeah.
It is he who walks behind.
No, Fawe.
Yeah, no. I knew that one immediately. I was like, Fawe is an issue.
I don't think Fawe has any idea what's going on.
I don't think she does either, but I think that she might be a sleeper agent.
I'll tell you.
I think Fawe has I think that Daragon has a use for Fawe, like coming up. Like that's the whole idea.
Oh, that could be an idea. She could go and take possession of her.
Or she's meant to be a sacrifice of some kind, or she's trying to like engineer like the perfect something or other. And this is test number 7, and the kid in the cage is test number 8.
I'm just thinking that that's just a demon, and she's just trapped, and Dorian's just trapping them here to use their power, and that's it. Like, all right, we'll just shut and seal that door, and see you guys later. Nothing bad's going on there.
Well.
I can't wait. I think next week's gonna be gigantic. I don't know.
I'm gonna guess Versailles knows about all of this.
You guys know I like a slow burn.
Yeah. Yes, you do, and it's definitely been a good build-up and a lot of interesting things going on with not leaving the area, which I will be honest, I'm loving the fact that we haven't left this house, we haven't left the premises of this house, and we've already done like more stuff than we did in that entire walking journey through the woods. So much has happened.
Secretly, Death House is really what it is.
Alice, you never said what Devil was going to say. I'm interested in knowing.
Oh yeah, real quick on this. As the door slides open, you see Strahd von Baron. It's Strahd.
God.
Strahd von Baron.
What's up, guys?
Hello, it is me, Strahd. No, and also Ren. I was
paid. He's a lawyer.
Yeah, I was waiting, Ren, to say, oh, and there's a small chop for you to go. Radiance crescent kick.
Area blows or crescent kicks.
I have an entire scene. Is it going to affect your enjoyment if I tell you like the whole devil scene, like the what if?
No, that's fine. I'm just wondering why you expected Devil would get to say a word.
Yeah. Come now, Tiger. Let's have a drink. We knew you would be here, and you're not shy about flashing those tattoos wherever you go. You should be more discreet, old friend. That's how he was going to start. But he couldn't even get it out. He just got out.
Yeah.
He's just like stunned. He's like, Tiger, drink. And then he was dead.
He opened his mouth and just died.
Yeah. The thing that he was going to do, assuming you just kind of chilled, he was going to go sit at the head of the table and put his boots up on it and say, quite right, Scale.
Kill him.
We're reformed. And with this, he takes a large snifter, holds it out. Nigel hurries to fill it, and Devil takes the bottle, pulls the cork with his teeth, lets it fall to the floor before taking a long swig. And Nigel's going to go, oh, sir, could I get you a glass?
Never mind, Ren. I'm really glad you killed that man.
Yeah.
That was a piece
No,
of shit.
shared the bottle. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck carried the bottle? He dropped it on the ground. He's making a mess.
He dropped the cork on the
hard.
ground. He just dropped the cork on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And then
He's still littering.
Fawe would have looked at him and said, now, Captain, we're no longer at sea. Manners for your employer. And Daragon would have said at one point, Mr. Varro, I take it these are former associates of yours? And I'm not going to tell you, but the Duchess had quite a bit of potential dialogue. But instead she ran out of the room screaming.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I was going to have Ren go find her and just be like, sorry about that.
Yeah.
But I forgot. There's too much was happening. I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Blood on his
Sorry
hands.
about
still
that as
pricking.
she's freaking out against the wall.
Yeah. I'll let you theory craft that. She had quite a bit to say.
Well, I'm hoping that the two spells, if I can just copy them into like other books, will help mull over the fact that we just killed her employer in her living room in cold blood.
No. The employer in this case was Daragon. She was Fawe said to Devil, manners for your employer, meaning you're in Mother Daragon's home.
Oh, I meant employee. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, employee.
They killed her employee directly in front of her in the middle of her hall during dinner.
Mm-hmm.
It was an accident.
Well, I am so glad that I ruined that for you.
No, I could not be less angry. It was amazing, and I'm really happy the way everything turned out.
We enter the room, nuke the first person we see.
Yeah,
Problem
I mean,
solved.
there's probably like half a dozen examples, but the two that jumped in mind was Varn when you loosed the bolt at the archivist in the temple, and then the second was when Ren comes up out of the thing and Halamas like it's the abbot, sneak through the window with me, the ship's waiting, and Ren's like, nah, hey, we killed those what was it? I killed those witches. Remember that?
Kill the witches in your basement.
My brain short circuited, Cobra. I was just like, I'm like, okay, shit. We're gonna have to roll initiative. I'm like, oh god, this. I'm like, there's 80 people in this church. How do I do this?
I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in this one, but I feel like Lucette would actually be like, let's not attack that because it might be a pit fiend and we will die.
It's a little girl. Ren has no plans of attacking anything right here. I mean,
Yeah.
Good, because if it is a pit fiend, you're going to fucking die as soon as you get close.
I don't
I
have to
don't
worry
care
about
what kind
that.
of monk you are. That thing will fucking wring you out like a goddamn washcloth.
Pit Fiend would be a very interesting boss fight.
There's no boss fight. there is just the sound of death. Let me take a look.
Is there a
If I'm
Pit
not
Fiend stat
mistaken-
block? Let's look.
Yes, and the Pit Fiend stat block is a challenge rating 20.
Ah.
We could
There
take
is
it.
no fight.
We could take it. as a party, we could take it.
What's
There's six of
CR?
us.
What's CR's Baphomet?
Bahamut?
Baphomet.
He technically
they're
doesn't have a
looking
CR right now because he doesn't exist. In
No,
5e.
Baphomet.
Oh, I don't.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's CR 23.
I think Tiamat's CR.
I mean, you guys essentially fought Baphomet in Resurgence. I toned down his damage.
Coming through the
He's CR
portal?
23. What's that?
Wasn't he coming through the portal?
No, in Resurgence. The final Minotaur boss.
Oh.
Ooh.
What was the thing that was
Baphomet.
coming? Yeah, what was the thing that was coming through the portal, Cobra? Remember that?
Goristro.
Yeah, you remember like Duncan's like, I can take it. He puts like wall of fire on. He's shooting fire bolts at it, and you're just like, no.
No damage.
Goristro,
no
don't
damage.
give a fuck. I think it was CR 17.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Pit Fiend stat block, and this thing, once it poisons you, I'm just adding up the average damage per turn that you're going to take if you're going to face tank it.
Is Ren immune to poison yet?
Okay, you're looking at 99 damage per turn on average.
Yeah.
And that's just multi attack. That's not even. He's got like spells too.
We're level
9.
9.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's next level. I become immune to poison and disease.
Oh, I better. Okay, hold on. Make a note. Poison, Ren. Disease. Yes, give Ren disease.
He has a fear aura, and right now Ren can just use his action to negate any fear effect. Or charm. That's why, if the hypnotic pattern went off on Ren, his next turn was just gonna use his action to end it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then-
but there was one turn he didn't get to punch. He
Yeah.
didn't get to punch the
So
devil.
It would have been a reprieve, but it only lasted a turn.
Vorm, Fox, and Cake. How do I kill Ren? Could you chat me? Like, how do I? I'm just
You
kidding.
asked
God
me
mode.
to do it.
I'm just kidding.
You asked me to do it. I have int saves. Good luck, Ren.
Do you think that it was handled well with scale? I feel like, I'll just tell you, I had a stat block for Devil, and based on his AC and his HP, you decimated him, right? And scale didn't really. Scale. Oh, I'm the captain. He's not gonna. I feel like it's what they would have done.
Yeah, no, I think you did scale very, very well.
Okay.
Because that was the whole thing. Was the scale was very protective of the crew.
Mm-hmm.
So I would imagine she would still have a small soft spot for Tiger, even though what he did. And I imagine she would be understanding of Ren's hatred of Devil.
It sounds like she would be hurt, but she wouldn't be outright, I'm gonna murder you sort of thing.
Yeah, like I was thinking, like with these other two pirates in scale, like are they going to fight to the death? I'm like, no, you know what I mean? They're not. That's not what they're here for.
I mean, I'm kind of at a point where I'm almost surprised that they just didn't bring up a freaking handkerchief or something and be like, yo, parlay sort
You
of
even
thing.
listen to Parlay?
Well, actually, he said, right? He said, let's talk. And then Scale was like, hear him out. Langley's out of the picture. Come on. And then, but Ren saw red, right? That
Yeah,
was it.
but
He was KIA.
It's one of those things that like, if pirates
KOS.
in this
Sorry,
world
KOS.
are anywhere along the lines of real life pirates, then that white flag was honored. It was just part of their frickin' code. Even if you were angry at the other ship or what have you, if they ran up the white flag, you would at least listen to them. You may say fuck that, I don't care, and murder them afterwards, but you'd at least sit down with them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it all kind of goes and depends on how pirates function in this world, so...
I wish he had said parlay. Ren, would that have helped?
No.
Okay.
As I said,
Foreign pirate? Fuck that.
Devil KOS.
Yeah. That's
I,
fair.
I will be honest with you. I was laughing the entire time that Ren was like that Scale was like everyone deserves a second chance. He goes, "You deserve a second chance," and it's like, well, who the fuck are you, Ren? How do you get to decide who deserves a second chance?
Well, that's what Scale was saying. Where like when Ren was part of the crew, I mean, he was involved. And Ren, you mean you know more than me, but he was involved in some. Like his hands aren't clean, right? For the most part.
Oh no, that's why Ren said, everyone on that ship deserves to die,
Mm-hmm.
and I make no exception for myself.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that was at the point of Lucan doesn't fucking care. I mean, if he came up to him and was like, "What did you do wrong?" He probably would have told him all of the things that he's done, like dissecting a lot of people.
Lucan.
And yeah,
Yeah.
Lucan.
Well, yeah. Lucan's hands are not clean either.
Yeah, they're very bloody. Um, and he'd be like, I'm not looking for redemption. I'm just looking to get revenge. I'm not looking for a second chance, though. I will say, whatever's going on with him in Versailles, because I still don't know what the hell's going on with that, is probably changing his outlook on things.
Oh, chicka wow wow.
I mean, I haven't been. It's so like I don't know about you guys. Like I can't read the chat like when I'm mid session because it's just because I got all my notes. You know what I mean? And I get all the.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I can't do
it's
it.
it's just role plays between characters. That's why we just tend to talk.
Oh
'Cause
yeah.
you don't really need to worry a lot about it. If there's anything particular going on, we will bring it up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I tried to do some with Varn too, but I guess he wasn't looking at chat, so that was
Oh, I
pointless.
don't see anything in chat. I'm too busy looking at other stuff.
Yeah, while Lucan was sitting there eating some cake, he was like waving over at Varn, "Come eat some custard with him."
He probably would have joined you, but yeah, I don't pay attention to that.
But I wasn't gonna cut it into Cobra. And I wasn't gonna tell him, about this random thing. So I was just like, I'll just
Yeah.
move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's fine. But
Yeah. Fun fact, and don't steal my identity, but now we're after midnight. It is my birthday. How's that?
Oh, happy birthday, man!
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful way to start it with an excellent session and wonderfully done by everyone.
yeah.
Absolutely. I was supposed to be camping. We were going to go camping, but the kids got a little sick, so we moved it to October. So that's why I was going to be away, and if I had Wi-Fi, I was going to play anyway. But I'm home, so no problem. My plan tomorrow is to eat a bunch of lobster rolls.
There you go.
Yeah, sleep in and eat lobster rolls.
I'm thinking biscuits, sausage gravy, and over easy eggs with a little cheese on.
I had a sandwich this morning for breakfast. It was on sourdough with a couple fried eggs, white cheddar, and turkey sausage. It's delicious.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's real good.
That's
I
fucking
hate you all right now.
Yeah. I like that sharp white cheddar.
Sharp white cheddar is the best cheese.
That is so good.
I know.
I just had some of those cracker slice one. It was extra sharp white cheddar.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Delicious.
Yeah, like
So good.
like when people make mac and cheese, they use all sorts of like cheese blends. No, sharp white cheddar. That's the only cheese in my mac and cheese.
Have you guys had gorgonzola on a pepperoni pizza?
Whoa. I think I got that at Uno's.
I don't think I've ever had gorgonzola.
I don't think I've ever heard of it.
I should
Gorgonzola?
actually head out because I just realized that I still haven't cleaned up from my dinner.
Oh, Night Fox.
Have a good night, everyone.
Looking
See
forward
ya.
to next week.
Same. I don't know what the hell's going to happen.
Its name is Annabelle. It is, isn't it, Alice?
Seriously, the best part.
All right, you can tell me.
The
I'll
thing,
forget.
the thing I love the most is like everybody starts guessing. I'm like, oh, that's good. I'll write that down.
Like,
I like
That's better than what I came up
Yeah,
with.
that's much better. I love that. Oh man. Yeah, Cobra, you taught me and Worm as well, but just like to be ready for anything. So I knew. I mean, and this wasn't even a huge surprise. I had on my thing. I'm like, if Ren is out for blood, if he's not, it's like it's one this way or that way, right? So I was ready either way.
Yeah, I think I told you that like Scale and no, yeah, Scale and Owl are the only ones that Ren would not just throw hands right away.
Yeah, and you are, I assume, and I know we don't need to talk now, but you know, the Sunder arc, you know, it's not going to be a major thing, but you know, down the road, right? Maybe I don't know. Let me know. You know what I mean? A couple of them are still out there, unaccounted for.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can leave them be, you know, but you never know.
We'll see. I think it's kind of like where it went. Killing Devil was great.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Scale being in charge is a good thing. Although Rip, I don't know. I kind of like was looking forward to like, because I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. Is like when they're getting ready to sail and like they're on two different boats or whatever. What was the Scale's new boat?
Oh, the Tunbridge.
Yeah, the Tunbridge, and then whatever boat Ren is on. Like Ren is just like his sleeves rolled up, showing off his tattoos, and just standing there like arms folded, just staring down bedrock on the other ship.
Yeah. One thing that I was thinking is like you said something about I forget how you phrased it, but like something about how people might not know who you were or your name or whatever. And I was thinking, I'm like, I went back through some of the old notes. I'm like, he's flashed these tattoos in like 6 different towns. He's not shy, right?
Oh yeah, but like linking the identity of Tiger to that of Ren is not like the name Ren, because like honestly like Beast would never even like when he first forced Ren to be a member of the crew, he never would have even asked his name. Like Ren, like none of them ever knew anyone else's name aside from Langley.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just because he was famous before taking on the moniker of Beast.
Mm-hmm.
So Ren has no idea what Scale's real name is.
Oh, by the way, Devil did have a real name.
Huh.
And you would have found it out if he was alive.
I don't want to know.
Yeah. I am gonna add. I'm gonna add a World Anvil article, but I'll put a spoiler tag on it so you don't have to find out.
I was hoping he had something cool on his body though that Ren could take.
Yeah. I mean,
weapon.
Yeah, in my in the canon, like they're hard up for cash, right? So I'm sure they had to sell a lot of things to get that ship. So he wouldn't have had a lot of treasure. That's why I mean, like I figured that's why they're working for Killian in the first place, because they're just hard up for coin, right?
Sure.
Yeah. I liked it too. Like, I hope it made sense, like with your concept of the characters, that like they would get fed up with Beast, and obviously that's a dangerous decision. But like all this stuff he's doing, it's like we're not making any money running, like, you know what I mean? All these like people for these hags, or this is the point. You know what I mean? We're not.
I mean, it's hard to say because Ren doesn't know anything about that really. I mean, he knew, but like the crew was on the Sunder were willing participants and whatever. Maybe because they had faith in Beast.
Yeah.
That they're willing to go along with it.
Yeah, but like the one thing that could turn them against him would be like the money dries up and they're like, "Hey, I could see, I could see it." Yeah. I like theory crafting.
Yeah, and that's one thing that is tough because, like, even though I try not to be super detailed in like in my backstory, like I have obviously detail, but like I try to leave it open to some interpretation, but like it's hard to not think about it to put so much thought, even if I don't write it out, like into like how I perceive all these characters, and then to have them. It's just hard. Sometimes hard to see them in ways that I wouldn't have thought to put them in.
Yeah.
Because it feels odd, and then I'm like, oh, I guess it kind of makes sense,
That makes sense to me. That like you created these characters, so maybe you don't want to see them go in like a weird direction that you didn't envision.
Yeah. So maybe that's why one of the reasons I was so apprehensive about having the crew of the Sunder be involved.
Like for me, I feel like it's almost like a multiverse thing, right?
Yeah, it's
A little
true.
bit.
Well, and it's also like Ren is my favorite character.
Of course.
So his things being like that, in my eyes, true to him can be important.
Of course. Oh yeah, that's 20. Okay, perfect. 4K. I've got a new Altair map. I'm still working on it. This is what I do in my spare time. I'm like, yeah, let's play with this map for 3 hours when I'm supposed to be working.
You make your maps, I'll make my characters.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun creating a bunch of minis in Hero Forge. I was trying to help Elaine with Versailles, and I made I thought a pretty nice Versailles in Hero Forge. She just doesn't like the art aesthetic. She prefers the.
I get that. It has very cartoony.
Yeah, I'm just getting used to it. But
it depends. It depends on how much effort you take into fine tuning color and shit. But yes, it does have a very kind of cartoony feel.
Yeah.
But if you go and watch or look through the Reddit for Hero Forge, they have some fucking monstrously detailed shit in there. I mean, they go and look there's a couple of them that I looked at. They're like, dude, that looks like if somebody fucking hand drew that. Mm-hmm. It looks fucking amazing.
So it's also so hard to find something so specific to what you want. It's almost impossible. There's nothing better than to be able to.
They've gone and added a lot of fine tuning to it. So now you can have under armor and over armor for both chest and legs. Now they just released the legs the other day. They added in a bunch of new armor sets. They've added a bunch of new weapons. They've added in new face tattoos and body tattoos.
I've given up on trying to keep up on all of it.
Oh god, I've set it aside for 3 weeks, and the amount of shit that they added in those 3 weeks was fucking huge. I mean, they probably added in 60 new features within 3 weeks. It was fucking huge.
Vorm,
the update that they did.
Vorm taught me a lot about using these overlays, where you can really do some detailed stuff. I never really got into that before.
Yeah, and it doesn't take a whole heck of a lot. I've gone and done it so that you just get hair accents. For the under hair and whatnot.
Yeah.
And it adds so much more depth to the character.
Yeah.
Especially if you go and utilize some of the newer hairstyles that they're a little more complex, in their in their curvature and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But you can get some really fucking detailed shit with just minor little tweaks to color and whatnot. I mean, some of them kind of suck still. I'm working on one right now. That's a forest rogue sort of character, and the legs that I've got selected for him, because he's wearing an overcoat with fur trim, and because of the way that they have it set up, it's got the texture, or the model is stretched for some of the leg fur. And it really kind of fucks it up. But if you look at the stuff on his upper body, where it doesn't get all that stretching, it looks so fucking detailed with the way that it's laid out. So it's one of those things where you have to find the right pose, you have to find the right gear to put in that pose, and it's a lot of minute little things that you have to go and do to make it look good. But I mean, if you look at the freaking Reddit, like I was saying, they've got a fuck ton of them on there. That some of them look fucking amazing, others just look ridiculous. But it all kind of goes and depends on your aesthetic, and whatnot. And it's difficult to go and pick. It all kind of goes and depends on your personal preference. But
yeah,
if you do it and spend some time working on it, like I put 2-3 hours into my minis when I'm designing them, so they come out a lot more detailed and whatnot than you're gonna see on most of them that are just kind of snapping them together.
Yeah, they really come alive,
So-
you know. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is the guy that I'm working on now.
Yeah, which one is it?
Let's see. Gotta get the share. There we go.